Okay, good morning, everyone. We are live streaming. I'm going to call the meeting to order. At this time, I'd like to remind council and municipal staff that this meeting is being live streamed to the public. All council meetings are also recorded. Recordings will be available to the public on the township's YouTube account. Physical attendance of the public at this meeting is restricted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This meeting is held electronically under Bylaw 2020-70 to amend Procedural Bylaw 2018-117 pursuant to Section 238 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended. Now, this morning we will again forego the national anthem as we do have technical limitations on that. We will move to the adoption of the agenda for Tuesday, November 17th, 2020, and we have an amendment. Under 15.3, under new business, we will have correspondence received from Mr. McLeod regarding order for removal of chickens, Casey Street. So with that addition to the agenda, the recommendation is that the regular council meeting agenda for Tuesday, November 17th, 2020 be approved as amended. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Bromwich, seconded by Councillor Wilmer. All those in favor? And that's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest today? Councillor Wilmer.
Yes, I'd like to declare disclosure on item under municipal reports, item 9.1, private roads grant report 2021, because I do live on one of the roads and I have a brother living on another of the roads, so I will declare on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other disclosures of pecuniary interest? I can see Councillor Poplinski, but I can see that you're in the meeting, but I can neither visually see you or I haven't heard anything. Councillor Poplinski, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Do you have any disclosure of pecuniary interest?
No, I do not.
Okay,
I'm still trying to get my system working properly here.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to confirm that so that I didn't miss it.
I just came in now and I was hoping to get in because regarding the adoption of the agenda, I was going to raise the issue about asking about 9.7 being put in camera because we're dealing with an identifiable individual.
Sue, did you want to speak to that?
I just want to confirm, are 9.7 the animal control position?
That's correct, Mayor.
No, I think it's okay, if I may. Councillor Poplinski, that's okay and closed. The individual, it's just a proposal for council to consider that position or not. And I believe that the bylaw enforcement officer wanted to provide the option, and he may also have further discussion on that, but there really wasn't anything that I can put into closed with for that.
There we are.
Okay, if that's the opinion of council, then I'm fine with that.
Okay, but thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, it is coming to us from the animal control officer, right?
Yes.
It is his report. So if when we get to it, there is anything further that council wishes to discuss in camera in regards to that, because it is an identifiable individual, then we could perhaps add that to the in-camera session and go in camera.
Yeah, that's what I would be requesting, Mayor Love.
Okay. So I think
I keep losing the screen here, so I may have an issue with you if you can't see. I know you can't see me, so
we
it's
can
blank
now.
right now.
We can see you now.
We can now, yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I cannot
we
see
can.
you at all.
Can you see yourself?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Anyway, Ernie, I just want to say you're looking good.
So we can see you. So if you do raise your hand, Councillor Poplinski, I will be able to see it.
Okay,
And
yeah,
we
I
can
just-
hear you.
I can now see you.
Okay. So
A
are
whole
you
lot of
seeing
stuff
the,
coming up and interfering with the meeting, so. That's what
okay.
I don't-
Are you on an iPad or a laptop?
No, I'm on the laptop.
Okay. There should be a way to get a gallery view.
Top right-hand corner, possibly.
But if you can see me, I will raise my hand when I wish to speak or acknowledge.
Okay. If you're on the laptop, if you bring your mouse to the very top right-hand corner, you'll see what will come up is a little word view, and there'll be either one box or a choice to have many boxes, and you just need to put the gallery view on.
No luck.
Okay. All right. Well, we can see you and we can hear you, so just be aware of
Okay.
that, and hopefully we should be able to continue then. And if you can you see who's
Ed-
speaking?
It could be worse. It could be Palmer Rapids.
Yeah. Okay. So can you see who's speaking?
Pardon me?
Oh, goodness. All right. I think what we'll do is we'll try to persevere. And I know, Gwen, that you're handling many things in the background, but if there's any chance you could connect with Councillor Poplinski, and if there's anything you can do to assist, that would be great in the background. But I'm going to continue the meeting at this point and ask, okay, where are we at? We have adopted our agenda. There's no disclosures of pecuniary interest other than from Councillor Wilmer as identified. So I will continue. And good morning, everyone. At the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, we all worked together to flatten the curve. Now that the second wave is here, please stay vigilant and keep following the advice of public health. What each one of us does makes a difference, because together we are the first line of defense against COVID-19 getting into our community. On November 11th, I respected the wishes of the Barry's Bay Legion and observed Remembrance Day at home. At the close of nominations, Reeve Debbie Robinson was acclaimed as Warden of the County of Renfrew for 2021. The inaugural session of County Council will be held on December 15th by Zoom. On behalf of Council and staff, I'd like to congratulate Warden Robinson on her acclamation to a second term, and thank her for her leadership, commitment, and care for all of Renfrew County during this extremely challenging time. As we head into the holiday season, I encourage everyone to shop locally and support the businesses right here in our community. They offer great products and services and are working hard to keep their customers safe. They've been there for us during COVID. Let's be there for them this Christmas. Thank you. All right, this morning we have delegations. Our first delegation is Al Best, who is the president of the Carson Trout, Lapine, and Green and Lakes Association. And Al, I can see that you're here. Can you turn on your video? Is that possible?
If you will help me, I'd be pleased to do that. Going down
Okay.
to- I see start video. Should I click on that?
Yes, please. See if that does it.
That's
And
me.
it did it.
Yes, there you are.
That's it.
Okay. Good morning, Al. We can see you and we can hear you. Please proceed.
Good morning
Oh.
and thank you. I'm,
Mhm.
Indeed, Al Best. I'm representing Carson, Trout, Lapine, and Green and Lakes Association this morning, particularly on the matter of fireworks. During the summer months, we had quite a bit of member feedback about fireworks. And then in October, we became aware of a council and committee meeting and a letter from Kristen Marchand seeking a ban on fireworks for a development down near, I believe, the south end of Kaministiquia Lake or thereabouts anyway, seeking a ban on fireworks for the new development. from a marketing point of view, they were promoting the natural environment and what Kristen referred to as the iconic sights and the sounds of balloons. And so she was wondering whether there was any way council might be able to ban consumer fireworks, and if fireworks would be displayed, that they be run by the municipality. Well, that letter seemed to be a catalyst for council to undertake some kind of a review of the fireworks bylaw. And so we decided it would be a good time for us to survey our members and provide some concrete results to council. And council have the detailed report. But in brief, 67% or thereabouts of our respondents favored more restrictions on fireworks. And when it came to the issue of a total ban, we had a balanced return. About 45% of respondents favored a total ban on fireworks, and about 43% were opposed to a total ban. So noise wasn't the only issue. Fallout of heavy metals and other chemicals. Most of the names of these other chemicals I can't pronounce. But heavy metals can get into the food chain. Now, MNRF have published some restrictive consumption guidelines on lake trout out of Trout Lake and out of Carson Lake. There are no published numbers for reports for Lepine or Greenan. But fish over 22 inches from Trout Lake should not be consumed, and fish over 30 inches out of Carson Lake should not be consumed. Now there's a lake, I'm speaking to you from Ottawa, and there's a lake down here in Ottawa on the Quebec side of the Ottawa River. It's Lac Limi. It's right across from the Governor General's residence, and fireworks displays were conducted on Lac Limi for many years. And a 2010 study showed that there had been a significant accumulation of heavy metals and other fireworks related chemicals in the waters. As a result, fireworks displays were moved away from Lac Limi. And one of the reasons for taking them away from Lac Limi was its size. It's a fairly small lake at 174 hectares. It is, in fact, though larger than Trout Lake or Lepine or Greenan, and just slightly smaller than Carson in terms of surface area. Then Billings Lake Association down in Highlands East is located in an area west of Bancroft and just kind of south of the Algonquin Park Panhandle. They conducted a survey recently, and the results from their members were pretty close to ours. Let me just see, I'll tell you what the actual numbers were. In their survey, 71% of their members favored increased regulation on fireworks, and 29% favored the status quo. The township also conducted a survey of their own, and again, the numbers were about 60% of township respondents, which would include not just people living on Billings Lake, but people away from the waterways as well. But about 60% favored more restrictions. Then earlier in this year, a new bylaw came out of Highlands East, allowing consumer fireworks only on New Year's Day, Victoria Day, Canada Day, the civic holiday, and Labor Day. So I guess what I want to get to is that Miss Marchand's correspondence, and as well as her correspondence, I've had conversations with Mark Snyder, whom you know, he's up on the Algonquin Heights development, and that they both seem to confirm that reasons for buying in the area are related to our natural surroundings. So development and tourism and our natural environment are not opponents, they're partners. And I had a peek at the staff recommendation for revisions to the fireworks bylaw. And the staff recommendation, as I read it, is to allow fireworks every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and Canada Day. So when I looked at the 2021 calendar, that would give us about 60 days of fireworks displays between the 24th of May and Thanksgiving weekend. And so my hope is that our municipality will modernize our fireworks and noise bylaw with tighter restrictions. We need fewer days to use them. Maybe you'll consider permits also, so you can track location and frequency. And I think a big issue here too is public education. We all see the sound and light show of fireworks, and lots of oohs and ahs attached to them. If we make people aware that maybe it's a better idea to keep these fireworks displays away from our waterways, that would be a pretty big help. And I hope you'll consider the input in our report from our members. And if I may respectfully point out, our dark skies on clear nights give pretty good sound and light shows. The stars and the planets and the moons. And I hope council will consider this input. Any questions, I will certainly attempt to answer.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Best. I certainly, I know council appreciates that your lake association has investigated and surveyed their members and provided us with some, good information. Now, clearly, as you said yourself, it's kind of split 50-50 on banning versus not banning, but I do believe that, there is some room to work towards a little bit more control of the situation. I know we've all experienced this past summer significantly more fireworks going off on a regular basis. And, I'm sure you can understand people are escaping the city to their cottage, and in the situation we've been in with COVID, they want to celebrate. But clearly, if that was a pattern that was to continue, it would become an issue for those who live here and those who are up to enjoy their cottage and would prefer it to be a little more peaceful. Does any member of council have any questions for Mr. Best at this point? Okay, Councillor Poplinski, I hope you can see us. I can see you. You'll just need to unmute yourself. Councillor Poplinski, you need to unmute yourself.
I can see you are talking.
Councillor Poplinski, I'm sorry, you're still muted.
That seems to go on and off. But if you
Okay,
could just bear with me for a second, if you can hear me now.
we can hear you now.
Okay, I just want to welcome Mr. Best to the meeting, and I appreciate the letter that Wendy had sent in, and I do, I just couldn't hear what you were saying, but I do agree we need to make some modifications to our current law, and always keeping in mind the safety of our citizens and our beautiful forests. I've always been one to advocate closer controls on and I don't think it's any secret. And I think it's something that we have to remain very, very aware of, and because a forest fire would devastate everyone, and we don't want that. So whatever laws things we can look at and change for the better of everybody. We don't want people not to enjoy their property, but at the same time, I live across from the water, but I agree with those that are complaining about the constant noise on the weekends. There seems to be no rhyme or reason when these things are being set off. So I really feel that we need to implement some sort of laws and method of enforcement that we can control that. So I would be in support of having some modifications done as we move forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think Councillor Bromwich, you had your hand up. Yes, Councillor Bromwich.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I have a bit of a problem with a formal shutdown of fireworks on the lakes. Many decades of cottagers have come here to celebrate being home. An overregulated city environment is, it's getting worse. People come here to have a little bit of a freedom, and we attract people because of our open arm attitude. Come on up and have some fun your way. It's even our motto on our signs. There is abuse of fireworks being let off at any given time of the day or night, and I understand Mr. Best's concerns along with other cottagers. I'm not on a lake. Councillor Wilmer is. He understands too about the inconvenience of being wakened up at 1 or 3 o'clock in the morning with a bunch of abusive people. But I think tightening up our bylaw, I think, is really what we should be looking at. Enforcing the noise bylaw, designating certain dates that we could have fireworks on the lake. I don't want to take away the cottage feeling from people, because what we're going to do is we're going to center on people that are full-time residents and deny the tourism aspect of it. So we have to have a happy medium and keep everybody happy here. And there's something on your shoulder. I think it's a...
Yes, my cat. I'm sorry. The cat has learned a new
I just want to
trick.
say hi.
My cat's learned a new trick. So unfortunately, throughout the meeting, you'll occasionally see my cat get up on the back of the chair.
But I think we need to tighten our regulations up a bit, because there is abuse happening. As our bylaw officer notified us, that we don't have any jurisdiction over the water system. It's the Federal Fisheries Department. So we can't really regulate anything with regards to the water, even though we'd like to at times. So I'll just leave it up to council to come up with a plan to maybe make it fun for everybody. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bromwich. Sorry, Mr. Best?
May I respond?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. Regulation, I don't think we're asking for regulation on the water, but we'd like you to maybe consider regulation on the shorelands. The shoreline road allowance, I believe, is under your jurisdiction.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Councillor Wilmer.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree. I think what we need to do is tighten up our regulations. I would not like to see a complete ban, but certainly I think limiting the days, limiting how late they can be going off. This year, we had nights where they were going off at 1 o'clock on a Monday, Tuesday. I think we just need to get control over this. And my other concern, though, with it is, when we start tightening things up and putting more regulations in place, we need to find a way to enforce it too. And that would be my concern too, how we're going to enforce it. I know Corey can't do everything. And so I think we need to look at that too. But I certainly would like to see it tightened up and reducing the number of days and the hours and some of the products perhaps that are even being sold and going off.
Okay,
and
thank
Councillor,
you.
Might I also ask about the education factor? Would the municipality be willing to participate in helping people who want to use the fireworks about some of the toxic contents of it?
I think certainly education would be critical if we're changing our bylaw to restrict or limit to certain days and certain times. That component has to be educated to the public and gotten out there as information. Anyways, would council have concern with including in that education component information about the content of fireworks, as Mr. Best is suggesting? Anyone have a concern with that? It is what's in them. So it could just be identified that there are elements in the fireworks themselves that are not are recognized as not good for the lake environment. We could come up with something, I think.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do. Councillor Schulist.
Yes, through Madam Mayor. Yeah, this is, I think, quite important. Yeah, regulations. Anytime you can make things safer and have some control over is good. Any of the pollution of the lake is always a concern, because the lakes are definitely our assets here. That's why people come here and all that. So the last thing we want to do is pollute. So I do believe that education here is very important. Absolutely. I was just wondering, does the fire chief have, would he have anything to, any input into this here?
Sue?
If I may, we do have on the agenda under 9.5, and I think he's at that point, he'll elaborate on the subject matter, if that's okay.
Okay,
Okay,
I think
thank
at
you very
that point,
much.
council can have some discussion about some of the things that Mr. Best has raised. And, you know, obviously I'm seeing an interest in moving forward with some restrictions, maybe not a complete ban, but some restrictions. So we'll have to work our way through what those restrictions entail and how we're then going to move forward with educating the public on the bylaw that we put in place or the bylaws that we change to accommodate this. Sue?
And if time permits, Mr. Best is welcome to just turn his video off and stay on for the remainder of that till we get to that part in the meeting, if you wish, Al.
Thank you all. I shall do that and stay safe.
You too.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Best. We appreciate your input this morning and the work of your Lake Association and their input into our discussions. It's most appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Then we will further that discussion when we get to that on the agenda. Our next delegation is Nick Larson, Senior Project Manager for our Ontario Clean Water Agency regarding our water and wastewater rates study. Hi, Nick. And I think we also have, do we have Ashley with us? I thought I saw him. Yes, we have Ashley with us.
Yep.
Ashley Pilgrim. And is there anyone else with us?
Nope,
No,
that's it.
everybody else is staff. Okay. I'm assuming Amanda is listening in, and if we need our treasurer, she will. There's Amanda. Okay. So everybody's here. I will turn it over to you, Nick, to update council on where you're at.
Sure, thanks. So through the chair to the rest of council, just wanted to provide a brief update on the work we've done since presenting our first draft of the rate study to council, which would be 4 weeks ago today. So since that time, we received some direction. And so we've submitted a updated draft report and just wanted to go through some of those changes today. So one of the things we did was remove the septage receiving costs from the rate calculation from the wastewater plant. So if you remember, there was about $50,000 worth of work to install mixers and those sorts of things. And we agreed that if that was going to be paid for, it'd be paid for by the septage hauling companies, and therefore took that out of the rate calculation. That was one update that's been made. The second update is we did another scenario where we took out, if you remember, there was a big project related to a dewatering system at the wastewater plant. It was projected to occur in the long-term time period, so in a 10+ year time horizon, and it was a $500,000 project, so a big project. So we did a scenario where we looked at removing that cost from the expenditure program to show what that would do, and obviously it means that with a 2% rate increase, you're able to accumulate a much bigger surplus because you have a huge, a big expenditure that's not being funded through the rate. So that's a scenario that we've done. And the other thing that we've done, though, is we added, I know it gets very technical, but we added a decent section on what's up with the dewatering system. So I know we're always trying to communicate highly complex kind of water and wastewater treatment technologies to councils. So what, I guess we'll just try and, I'll try and explain it simply on the call, and you can read the report and at your leisure. But the premise is that as the community grows and the wastewater flows at the plant increase, you may begin to need the dewatering system. So if we can explain what a dewatering system does, what it does is there's sludge that's created as part of the treatment process at the wastewater plant. That sludge gets settled out and you have a storage tank, and then that storage tank gets pumped to a truck and sprayed throughout the year. So what happens as you grow is you're going to have more and more wastewater to treat, and your storage fills up faster. And so a dewatering system makes that sludge that you're storing more concentrated. So your storage room goes longer. And it also brings some treatment improvements to the plant. So when you moving forward, and you start to notice perhaps that you're not able to meet your total suspended solid effluent criteria at the plant, for example, dewatering systems will help all of that as the flows increase. So the question probably isn't whether you're going to need it, it's probably more when you're going to need it. So at some point in the life of the plant, as the community grows, dewatering system will help with the treatment processes. And so the question really is, who should pay for it and when should that happen? So as an example, does it make sense to save a big reserve for something that might happen? Or do we wait and then debt finance that project when it does happen? Or do you move in a growth pace for growth mindset and go down the development charge road where you could have that project paid for by development charges that would be levied against new development that's occurring in the municipality? So those are the options that we can finalize moving forward. We're still in a draft report, our third draft, and we're prepared to finalize it. And we can sort of wrap up with the final scenarios with how we want to look at financing that piece of the capital program. Because at the last time, we sort of said, what does it look like with it out? Well, we want to recognize that it's there because it is an expenditure that's likely going to need to happen in the long term at the plant. And just recognizing that it doesn't need to be rate financed if there's other ways of financing it through development charges. But making sure that we're not just leaving it out there because someone will pick up the report in 5 years and they won't see dewatering and be confused when now they see a big $500,000 project coming back in. So we sort of wanted to make sure it's there in the detailed appendix, but have enough discussion that we know we're not right now trying to save to build the reserve for that project, that there's other mechanisms we can do to finance it. So with that, I think that's really the premise of what's in the updated draft. And I'd invite any questions or a discussion we would have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Is there any questions from council for Nick? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I guess I will challenge you with the questions I've got. I know I did send a couple of questions. I had identified I couldn't see in the capital plan for the water plant where water meter replacement had been placed on that plan. And I guess maybe could you speak to that? Because I know I did ask the last time if it was included in the rate, the rate calculation that you were doing, and you said it was.
Sure. So yeah, I misspoke with that. It was my understanding, and this is to be confirmed, but this is what our understanding at Aqua is that the meters were entirely replaced in 2020. Yes. And there's a large expenditure happening this year. And so then we talk about the future replacement of those water meters. And so at this point, we would expect meters to last for more than 20 years. So we don't have a future replacement of the water meters in the long term of the program right now. So it is not in there.
Okay, so but is money being collected towards that? I guess that's my concern. I want to ensure that the rate that we're setting is collecting the funds so that when that water meter replacement needs to occur, the funds have been collected to do it. The reason I'm stressing this specifically is because this time around, the funds hadn't been collected to do it, and council made a decision to augment that project with the gas tax, but we would like it to be basically customers paying for that part of the service over time.
Sure. Okay. So we can add a water meter replacement allowance in the capital program to make contributions to the reserve for future water meter replacement. We'll add that in.
No, that would be great. And even if that means the 2% where it was going to zero, it had to go another year or two, so be it. But it's super important that that capital replacement cost is part of the rates that we're setting. Okay, so in the final draft, you'll have done that, I take it. Okay, The other thing I had pointed out, council, and I did this just through staff, was that I felt the sludge dewatering project was a great project for a development charge because the only need for it comes as a result of growth. So if we, as a council, are going to be reviewing the question of whether or not we're going to have development charges, this is something where only if the the customer base grows, do we need to proceed with this fairly expensive project? So it's a good time now to get in on the ground floor and look at the potential for a development charge to ensure that it is the growth that's paying for the needs being caused by growth, and it is not the customer base as it exists currently that's bearing that full burden, as Nick identified. So I'd just like to put that bug in council's ear that perhaps this is something, again, that we did speak to looking at development charges in general, and we haven't made any decisions on it, but be mindful that this could be a great project for development charges specific to those who are coming onto the system as we're experiencing really good growth right now. We want to get onto that and see if we can't address it. And Nick, I think between the development charge or the option to debt finance it, could you build those two possibilities into the document? I'm thinking for future councils as they open this document, which is a fantastic document, by the way. I'm really, really pleased to have it. Nice to have some guidance and to know that going forward, there's guidance for councils. It's something to look at that identifies the direction that this council has set and the responsibility that was taken for ensuring due diligence for proper replacement. And basically, it's our duty as overseers of the water and wastewater system, making sure that we can have everything done when it needs to be done in a timely manner and be ready to pay for it. So really appreciate the document. I think the final thing, I know Amanda and I were having a discussion about inflation yesterday, so I'm throwing one at you.
Okay.
When we get to the point in any of the rates proposed, and I know this is a living document and we're looking way out there. When it says 0%, it just worries me a little because inflation's still happening. So I didn't want to build an expectation that come 5-10 years out, water system rates are going to be 0%. No, there's still inflation. So there's still going to be that factor, especially on operating costs. And that's where I'm thinking maybe a note to that effect, and a note to the effect that this is a living document that is subject to changes in inflation, things that break suddenly without warning, also, emergency situations. Could we put a little note up front, just identifying that this is a working document?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
So we can add that. I think the continual review and one thing, maybe make it a little more clear, the reduction to 0% corresponds with when you're paying off your current debenture that you got for the plant. So at that time, when you don't have to pay your, almost 100 grand a year plus, and then you have more revenue to offset the need for maybe a short-term period of 0% until inflation starts to catch back up with you. So I think we can sort of make that a little more clear that you'd have to work that out in the numbers, but that was the premise behind it, is that there will be a net sort of, all that money that's currently going to debt servicing would be available and off the books and be ready to fund something else. So it could be a temporary reduction, or but you'd know better 10 years from now as you update this. So on that point, the last piece to add is it is a living document and there's many variables, and then also recommending again that it gets updated on a minimum of 5-year basis, that I would say sooner if large unforeseen events occur. So if something big happens, someone moves and huge development wants to happen, or any sort of big thing that's not captured right now, that would make it change, that would be another good opportunity to refresh the analysis.
Okay, that would be great, because, again, I don't want to see some future council, and it won't be me in 10 years, I'm telling you. But I would hate to see someone coming in with a document and going, wait, it says 0% here. What are you doing?
Yeah.
So we need to make the public aware that this is a living document, and it's a well-founded document in terms of the data that was used, and so it's a great document for us to work from. But it is a living document. So I do appreciate all the work and the effort, and I just want to make sure that's very clear from the get-go.
Thanks. Well, we appreciated the opportunity. Ashley lives on the lake, He's passionate, so we try and be passionate for the communities that we serve. So the last thing I would offer, just I heard development charges, so just working with a municipality called Center Hastings. It was sort of, a little southeast of your shop. They just completed a development charge study, or they're in the process of wrapping it up, and they're about your size. So, it might give you a good sense of, if you're trying to just, share amongst yourselves what a development charge report could look like, that gives you a sense of what you'd be needing to build first, because it is a bit of a study, $20,000, $25,000 sort of thing you're going to have to pay for. But it shows you a bit around how the materials get kind of appended and what one looks like to come together, if that's something that you're thinking about going. So I just offer that. Center Hastings.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, I think I have Councillor Schulist who wants to speak to something.
Yes.
Councillor
Yes,
Schulist.
through Madam Mayor. Yeah, listen, great report, Nick. Again, a live document. I'd love to hear that, because it's open for any adjustments or any kind of growth. The one thing speaking of growth is how do we make this system grow? I know there's some limitations, and if I'm looking at some of the records in the past 20 years from was it 96 to 2016, approximately 170 people hooked up to the system, because if we're going to keep the rate down in any way, we need growth. The only problem, there's some restrictions. I know there's some growth in Stan Hill and so on, because there's a subdivision and so on, but there's many streets and roads that basically go to a dead end. So at some point, I'd like to see the potential of growth in the future, and I don't know how that can be done. I know there's lots of growth in Madawaska Valley, but there isn't the growth that should really happen in the village of Barry's Bay, where the system actually needs customers to keep the rates down. So anyway, thanks a lot for the great report and the study. Much appreciated. And so hopefully we can keep it alive. Thank you very much.
Okay, now I saw Councillor Poplinski. Did you have your hand up?
I didn't, but I would certainly like to add on to what Councillor Schulist just said.
Okay.
I think that we do need to, concentrate some effort in trying to develop more in Barry's Bay. And I brought up in the past, and I know others have, all the vacant lots that are sitting there. And at one point I'd asked to have a study to see how many lots there were that could be perhaps sold by someone. And there's people looking to move to the area, but we need to actually be very proactive here, I think. So I have to agree with Councillor Schulist. That is a component which needs to be expanded on and give it some real effort to see what we can do about building on some of these lots. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Sue.
Thank you through the chair. Staff, AKA me, still has an action item to bring a presentation explaining the pros and the cons of considering implementation of development charges. With COVID, there were limitations and it was not a prioritized item. Having said that, now with Zoom, it might be permissible for me to organize a presentation if council wants to direct me to look at that sooner than later. And I would be able to, thank you, Nick, for that reference, also contact Center Hastings.
Okay, I think that would be something good for the new year. We're winding down this year, but certainly starting off the new year with a presentation January or February, if that's possible, Sue, that would be great. Okay. Is there anything further for Nick? Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Nick, I really appreciate the work, as I said, and with some minor tweaks, I think this is a fantastic report. It's like it certainly puts my mind at ease about where we've been headed and where we need to go in terms of making sure that we may not be dealing with full life cycle costs here, but we're dealing with the needs that are coming in the next 20 years. And that's a comfort to know that we are able to build our rates around a structure that's going to ensure we can do the kinds of work that we do need to do to ensure that we have a good, safe, healthy service that we're providing to our customers. So thank you, Nick. I look forward to the final document.
Thanks. And the last thing I would say is that we've got the rate models built now. So as you move forward with development charges and to both councillors' comments about what we would call a growth plan or a growth study to look at vacant lots and, you know, where you're going to expand so you can direct your own growth. I mean, those are the projects unto themselves as reference, but as you sort of get those things, we can update the model pretty easily for you and just make sure that we're keeping it fresh and providing that service, because that is something that the real growth of the net new people buying water will obviously have an impact on your future water rates. So we've got something built and ready to update, and it can provide value at a pretty cost-effective rate when you get that information. So,
Okay, great. Thank you. Sue, did you
I
want
just
to say
wanted
something?
to, I did. So just to go back to your comment about it being a living document. So if what you just said, Nick, if I understand correctly, so nowhere in this in the financial plan we haven't referenced what happens when we get funding. So staff will continue to apply for funding, for capital funding, take advantage of any opportunities. So at that time, it being a living document, once council decides how they want, what capital projects within the water or wastewater plants they would like us to target, you then would just make that adjustment to the rate study. Is that correct?
correct. Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so again, that would be one of those moments when it would be recognized that there needs to be an update to the study.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. Big pieces like that, you know, a big grant you got or something happens unforeseen, then I think that's a good trigger to do a quick update, because they're going to be quick to update. You know, you can see once you've got them built that they're relatively quick to update relative to building them the first time. So.
Absolutely. Okay, fantastic. So thank you, Nick, and thank you for being here, Ashley. You've been nice and quiet.
Just the way I like it. Yep.
There we go. I got him to say something. Thank you both,
Okay.
gentlemen.
Thanks,
We
everyone.
appreciate it.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
the rest of your meeting.
Here.
Yes. Now, Sue, do we need a recommendation from council to accept this draft, or will we wait till we get the final report and just do a recommendation then?
I had included a recommendation, but having said that, there are some changes still coming, so I will not do the resolution.
Okay, so we'll just await the final report, which I'm really excited that we're going to get a good final report on this and have a solid foundation to move forward. Okay, so that's our delegations for today. Our next item is confirmation of the minutes, which I'm just looking for. First we have the regular council meeting minutes for October 20th, 2020. Now, if council will bear with me, there were two small changes I wanted to request, and they're very small. And one of them is on page 59 of your package, where it says, I got to make it a little bigger. Can't read it. Where it says, let's see, so it's 1, 2, it's about the fourth paragraph down. Mayor Love clarified that the $35,000 ISM trains digester storage in the 2021 budget was for the walkways around the large, it says septage tank. Could we make that wastewater tank? It has nothing to do with septage. So I just want it to be wastewater.
So noted.
Okay. And then 1, 2 paragraphs down, let's see. Better find what my change was. Okay. It says the mayor elaborated on why the septage receiving station should not form part of the rate. It was originally built to allow rural residents to send, it says storage. We're not sending storage to the plant. We're sending septage to the plant.
So noted.
Okay, I just wanted to be, I'd like to be very clear, because as we as a council all know, anything where we're dealing with water and wastewater and septage, we have to be very clear in our language. So if council is okay with those two changes that I'm proposing, the recommendation would be that the regular council meeting minutes for October 20th, 2020 be approved as amended. Could I get a mover? Moved by Councillor Schulist, seconded by Councillor Poplinski. Now, is there anything further that council saw in these minutes that they required either clarification or an amendment? Okay, I'm not seeing anything, so all those in favor? And I think I better vote, and that's carried because I can't see Councillor Bromwich any longer and Councillor Wilmer has left us. So we gentlemen are the quorum. All right, is there any business arising from the minutes? I'm not seeing any. So we'll move on to municipal reports. The first one is the Private Roads Grant Report 2021. And Councillor Wilmer did declare a conflict and he is no longer in the meeting. So I'm going to turn it over to Hillary to speak to his report. Good morning, Hillary.
Good morning, Council. Okay, so 2020 has passed for the Private Roads Grant, and it went download of the hitch. It actually was very successful, and these are the 2021 applicants, which were due September 30th. So I put it in a chart form, and there's some new applicants. If you look in red with the R, with the asterisks, Losky Chapla Trail, Dam Lake, Malavik Lane, Osprey Lane, Churjansky Trail, and Molosky Road into 1020. So a very successful program, and the budgeted amount for 2021 would be in the range of 22,000. And there's a recommendation to follow for budget deliberations in 2021.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions from council for Hillary on this report? Councillor Poplinski?
Yes, thanks, Mary Love. Actually, not a question, but just a bit of a shout out for Hillary for managing this and staff. I think it was something that it was a long overdue, and when it was implemented, there was some question as to how it was going to work. But I think to get a report like this and find out that it's helping so many people and for very little cost on the part of the township. So a lot of good work done there, Hillary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I think we've sort of got past the pilot project stage and we're into a realization by council and the community that this is a really good program that's serving everyone very well for, as Councillor Poplinski mentioned, for very little money invested. We're getting a lot of bang for every one of these dollars. So Hillary, now Hillary, do you want to read the recommendation or will Sue read it? Who wants to read it?
I can
Okay,
read it through the chair.
Sue's going to read it then.
That council approve that the Private Roads Grant Program should continue in 2021, and that staff is directed to forward the 2021 Private Roads Grant Report with attachments for budget deliberations for council consideration to budget 22,000 for 2021.
Okay, could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulist. Any discussion on that recommendation? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. All right, next is the Mitchell Road, Algonquin Heights Block 30 update. And again, I'm going to turn it over to Hillary.
So as per previous direction, Algonquin Shores Block 30 was engaged Mark Schneider, and we worked towards maintenance-free walkway moving forward. And I can attest that it went beyond my wildest imagination. If you look at the pictures, this was the end result. And that little black thing up near the road, it looks like a bear.
Yes.
In one picture, I looked at it, but it's really the culvert, the end of the culvert. It's not a bear going into his den. So if you look at the pictures, marvelous, marvelous end result. The neighbors are happy, and it turned out excellent. No steps. So we'll wait for the spring runoff and see the results, but this is finished.
Okay, fantastic. It looks like it's going to work very well to channel the water where you know, very specifically down to the lake rather than having it spread about, as there were some issues with the neighbors with the water. So very excited to see this done, and also an excellent walking path. Any questions or comments from council? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So Sue, could you read the recommendation?
Yes, through the chair, the council direct staff to pay the invoice once received by Mark Snyder in the amount of $2,000 as per resolution number 2020-03-0915, and that it be expensed from the drainage budget 015-0814-785084.
Okay, could I get a mover for that, please? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulist. Is there any discussion on that recommendation? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, our next item is the Public Works Capital Projects update. Now, is Mike going to join us? There's Mike.
Good morning.
Hi, Mike. I'm going to turn it over to you to speak to the report.
Okay, there's a few items here to start. I think Hillary has a better grasp on, so I'll let him
Okay.
take over for the first couple, and then I can switch back out.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, this was a joint affair here. So, okay, the first Methodist Cemetery, would council be aware that there was an accident at the Methodist Cemetery? A vehicle went through the fence and caused damage to tombstones and wheel rutting and the fence. So we received the accident report and we sent it.
People are dying to get in there.
Good one. So with the accident report, we sent it off to the insurance carrier for that particular vehicle. And then I received a quote for the damages, for the repairs of the damages. It's since been sent to the insurance carrier. And once we receive confirmation in that amount for the repairs, we're going to proceed with the person that sent the quote for the necessary repairs. The fence, wheel rutting, the tombstones, somebody put them back up, so which is a good start. So we would like to see that finished before winter. If not, if the fence, we're going to put maybe snow fence in the interim. So that's the plan of attack there. Any questions on that?
Any questions from council? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so please continue.
So as the previous direction, Partridge Lake, the entrance to Partridge Lake, we met. When did we meet here? October 23rd, and there was myself, Mike Phillips, Operations Supervisor, Andrew Mansfield, Louis Tay from MPO, Mike Dombrowski, Robert Howe, and Joseph and Mervyn Olszewski. So Mr. Tay suggested if they seek an alternate design, it has to be re-engineered and sent in with them requests, and then they will be reviewed on that aspect. Any
Okay.
questions?
Any questions on that? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so let's continue.
Lakewoods Road tender, it's still outstanding. We have a draft and we're working on right now. And it's a very beefy, large document, and we're hoping to get it out in a week or two. That's our goal. It's a huge
Okay.
document.
So Hillary, would that then be looking at construction in the early spring?
Correct.
If we get a tender? Okay.
It's not
all right,
feasible even to administer A-gravel at this time, that amount.
Okay. No, that's just, that gives a sense of a timeline. There may be some of the residents out there watching this, so I just wanted to have a clear understanding of what that timeline would look like. It's not something that is going to be able to happen before the snow flies. Okay, so please continue.
Okay, so we developed Lakewoods Skeets Road winter snow plowing tender. We didn't have no alternate ways to deal with this. So I issued a tender, and the closing date was November 12th. One tender was received from Crosstown Construction with a price of $2,400 per event for plowing, and our $2,400 for event sanding. I'm recommending to accept this tender as there is no other options at this time. So the price includes the contractor providing required equipment, sand, salt, insurance, WSIB, etc. And in saying that, to safely plow and sand that, I'm recommending that we add additional minimum 500 tons to at least fill in some potholes. So it can be sanded and plowed. And for that, 500 tons, it comes to about $6,500 to $7,500. I've contacted our Kuche Construction, and they did our previous tender under that guise, and I don't know the tender number, and they would be willing to administer 500 tons to that road. Where time is of the essence, winter's before, so I think we have about a week or two. I don't see anything in the forecast. So my plan of attack would be to get 500 tons on there, at least fill in there some rock spots and holes, so we can, so Crosstown can successfully plow and sand. Any questions?
Sue.
Just wanted to add for council better understanding. So once if council approves the recommendation as per the operation manager's recommendation, I have to send a letter to Lakewoods Development stating that council has approved the tender because our responsibility is to address that default. They do have the option, they have 15 days to say, no, we are going to provide that service. If they do not, then it gets paid out of the performance guarantee.
Okay.
So this is the first step. Council has to approve and recognize that under the default, we have to provide the service. It does not mean that you're assuming the road. It does not mean that this is a service that will, you're getting hugs from your cat.
Yes, sorry.
It does not mean that this is a service that the township will be providing. It is still a private road. We are addressing the default out of the performance guarantee. There is the possibility that Lakewoods subdivision will say they are providing plowing and sanding.
Okay, thank you. So that notice will have to go out
Today.
Yes, as soon as council has made a decision. Now, Councillor Poplinski, you have a question or a
I do
comment?
have a couple, if I could direct them to Mr.
Yes.
Poplinski. And number one was, did we give consideration to having this maintained by the township? And I say this because of the control of costs, and that's where I'm going to be coming from in my next point. But was that something you considered?
Very seriously. Unfortunately, our fleet, we don't have enough to go around. It would take another addition to the fleet. The fleet may be able to, but there's topography challenges internal, and that would mean chains on vehicles or what have you on that at Lakewoods. It's a very unforgiving topography right now. So on the safety end, we wouldn't have enough to go around to meet minimum maintenance standards for our maintained roads.
So when I ask that question, I'm thinking about controlling the costs. I know the money is there. However, we have to be responsible. And I'm just want to make sure that if we're going to an outside source to have this work performed, that there is, and I don't know what the full agreement is because it's not in front of me here, but I'm hoping that it will have some indication as to what could be the total cost of doing this job for the winter. Give us a little heads up on, are they going to show up at every time there's an inch of snow? Is it going to show up when there's 3 inches or 4 inches. You know where I'm coming from on that? Because you use discretion on our roads. There's times when you got a few snowflakes, you don't go out and you don't plow. But if they have a mandate to do that, then what I'm wondering is, are we going to be looking at using up all the money that we're holding in reserve, which of course some of it's going to be required for other additional costs that we'll be incurring. So just wondering if you could address that.
The tender was built with them things in mind. I put in some line items in there, 10 centimeters, the same as our class 6 roads, you know, that they wouldn't go out and plow. And then sanding on icy conditions, much like what we do. So there is control and there's a default they would report, or I would report if there's problems out there, or designate,
Okay.
which would mean Mr. Phillips. So we'll be watching it
That's-
closely.
That's reassuring because I think that's the area where I was concerned about as a possibility. And we're dealing with a very reputable company here, which is nice to know. But at the same time, we want to have some certain safeguards in place. So thank you.
Okay, in reference to contracting this out, Hillary, is the contractor then taking on some liability here? Is there, I mean, I'm sure that's a factor in the contract price because this is a significant piece of road to take responsibility for.
Yes, insurance will be supplied by the contractor, and I believe that that's part of this cost that's before us. Insurance is significant for the contractor, and he stated that to us.
Okay, Sue?
Yes, wanted to add that we ensured to Councillor Poplinski's comment that what we referenced in the tender was exactly what is in our road maintenance bylaw as well. So that if we are asked why it is at 10 centimeters, it is exactly what we have in our road maintenance bylaw, and that is what we have throughout the municipality. So it's not any different than anything else. I did want to include as well that the difficulty and probably the reason why we only had one tender is also the cost that is not being recouped. There is a lot of cost at the beginning. They'll have to ensure they have a supply of sand and salt. They have to find a place to have it on location. They have to have a piece of machinery to load their sand as well. And at the end of the season, if there's sand remaining, it has to be removed. So I think that the contractor is also taking on a lot of like implementation of the plowing. So there's some upfront and some back end costs as well.
Okay. All right. Is there any other questions or comments from council? I'm not seeing any. Sue, could you read the recommendation, please? Oh, Sue, you're muted. Everyone's having that day.
Apologies. That the Public Works Capital Projects update is received as information and that council approve the recommendation of the operations manager to award the winter plowing sanding tender 2020-11 to Crosstown Construction conditional to review of the documents to ensure adherence to tender terms and requirements, and that a minimum of 500 tons A gravel be utilized on Skeed Road, Lakewoods Drive in preparation of the contracted winter plowing and sanding, and that all costs associated with addressing the default of the subdivision agreement for Lakewoods development as it pertains to road preparation, snow plowing and sanding be drawn from the performance guarantee held by the municipality.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Schulis, seconded by Councillor Poplinski. Is there any discussion on the recommendation? Something just popped into my mind, Hillary. Is the gravel being supplied and applied? Is it?
Yes.
They're doing it.
We're going to just grade it in.
Okay. All right. Yeah. And will we be noting our costs for doing that and recouping them through the performance guarantee?
Yes, we will.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments on the recommendation? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Sue, that letter then will go out today, as you said, to identify the default to Lakewoods Resort.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, our next item, thank you, Hillary, thank you, Mike. Do we have any more on your report?
Yeah, it's Mike's turn.
Okay, let's hear from Mike.
And we'll go through the fun stuff now.
Yay.
Okay, we have an update on Pog Lake Road. These updates were obviously all put in, so I'll just go with what's the newest update. Paving as of last night was completed to town, to Highway 60, so that's all completed. The main line paving anyway, there's still some minor tie-ins and stuff to be done, but the main road itself has been paved, which is good. So yeah, looking like they got some nice weather and got lucky there, so that's good. Willow Heritage Park, I went by there actually yesterday and noticed that all of the rocks have been put in place, so there's just some small cleanup left to do there, and that project will be completed. Chepesky Mills Road ditching still scheduled for November. Rail bed, we've been still actively going out there on a regular basis and clearing the beaver dams and whatnot to make sure it doesn't get washed out or anything before the ponds freeze up. The Cumbermere boat launch paving is completed. Some minor shouldering left to do there, but nothing too extreme. And then just the line painting for the springtime for finish that project up. Granular has been completed. Brushing contractor is started and is off now for his hunting season, but was going strong there. We got Mirac Fliss, Cranberry Creek, and up on Kuyak Road. So yeah, he's doing very well there. The tandem truck, still haven't heard anything since the latest update, so still fingers crossed that we'll see it here by the end of November. So if there's any questions on any of those items or any other items, just let me know. You're muted.
It's that day. Okay, council, any questions on any of those items or anything else for Mike? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Lots getting done. That's great to see, Mike. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you.
Goodness. Okay, so that completes our Public Works capital projects. I guess we'll thank Mike and Hillary and see if Corwin is going to join us. Fire Chief? Here we are. Okay, good morning. We are now at Fire Department updates. Corwin, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, the first thing on the list is the Fire Department update sort of activities we've been doing and the fire call breakdown. We've been doing numerous inspections on Hannah's Diner after the fire from last year. It's been reopened. It's passed fire inspection. Ben Pizza down in Cumbermere has been inspected. It's now open for the fire inspection. Both have been really good to deal with. St. John Bosco, George Vanier have had their inspections for the school for vulnerable occupancies for school year been done and completed. They also have COVID-19 procedures in play during the fire drills. They have done well. The fire plans for all the schools in the area have been reviewed and passed. Madawaska Valley Community Living has had all their buildings inspected, all 11, they passed. And the one thing that we're having a little issue with, but is going to be done, is that all vulnerable occupancies have to have their inspections done no matter what. Even with the COVID-19 in place, they have to have to pass their or for compliance for every year. They have to have it no matter what. During service called breakdown, you'll see we've had 4 false alarms in October. 3 that were one place within less than a week. So under our bylaw, we end up charging $250 for the call. There was an alarm they didn't fix, so now the alarm's been repaired. I haven't had a call since, but we still had to charge them due to the way our bylaw works. And then there's our breakdown as of October 28th. We have had 69 calls in total so far this year. For the fire department, as you can see, the numbers right there in front. Next sheets, each hall, North Hall's had 50 calls, the South Hall's had 30. And then we're going to animal complaints. September's had 4 loud vehicles, which has vehicles with loud mufflers. We've had 2 property standards complaints, and then in October had 1 more person with a loud vehicle. We've had 3 loose dogs, which were 2 of them were in one location. That person was dealt with. I sent a letter to them. And the same person had the same barking dog that's been going back and forth about every 6 months. It seems to be a neighbor kind of thing, but it's getting rectified. And the big thing that's popping up now is people was making about complaining about illegal trailers on waterways and sleep cabins. August, we had 13 complaints. I had 7 sleep cabin complaints. I've had 2 property standard complaints, which is a fence complaint in September. And then we've had 5 illegal trailers, another fence complaint in October, and I've had 4 chicken complaints that are against our zoning bylaw.
Okay, so Corey, did you go through the 9.4 and 9.5? Is that what you've done? Because that's what it looks like to me. So I just wanted to be sure we'd covered both.
9.5 is right here. The next one is in update for training. Chris Yannon attended Ontario Fire College. He completed his level 1 firefighter training, which is an entry-level firefighter for certification, which is a requirement for most firefighters. Then Deputy Chief Kevin Chapesky, Captain Jason Zieber from South Hall, Secretary Conrad Spolsky and I met at the South Hall, discussed standardized training between both halls. Right now, I started doing their own thing. So Jason's in the agreement. Kevin went through it, and Conrad explained how they do it in North Hall. So as of January 1st of the new year, both halls are going to go on exact same training. So Tuesdays is various days. Thursdays come here to meet the same training. They're taking every 2 years to go through the whole curriculum, but it'll be standardized. The testing will be the same. So everybody goes right across the whole board. There's no more sort of hit and miss or little gaps there. So that will fix that issue. The metal fab update on the truck, the cab chassis, we're still waiting for it to come in. Everything else is there. All the parts, the tank, the body, the rear body of the truck, all the small components are all sitting there waiting to be assembled whenever the cab chassis shows up, which is supposed to be between now and December 1st. They're supposed to see the arrival of the truck. And the delivery truck should be in April for us. And around the first week of April is what they're saying. Up here in Barry's Bay. Well, we're waiting a response from our lawyer. Obtained ownership of that old pumper truck down in Yard 2 that came from Asphodel fire truck. I haven't heard back from her yet. She's working on it last time we spoke to her. And we did not receive any bids for the South Hall rescue or the old cylinders. So my suggestion would be to advertise on Gov Deals. They take a lot of government surplus equipment and they sell it off for a percentage. But they do move a lot of equipment. A lot of stuff gets moved there quickly. So I may suggest advertising there as opposed to sending to go for scrap metal. The truck still is runnable, but so that's suggested for that. And I've sent in applications for the Ontario Farmers Office long service medals for 9 firefighters. And they are listed there. David Helsky had 35 years before retiring as a fire prevention officer. Kevin Chapesky has 34 years as the deputy chief. Daniel Drevnock's had 33 years on. Basil Massey got 32 years on. I have 31 years on as a firefighter. Dale Markowski has 30 years. Jimmy O'Malley has 27. Jim Shala has 26. And Basil Broughton has 26 years also, for a combined year, 274 years of volunteer for the fire department.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I think I'll deal with that one first, and since it's 9.4. So let's look at fire department updates. Councillor Poplinski, did you have any questions or comments on that?
I had basically what I had. I'd like to comment on the last part of the report dealing with the long service of our firefighters. And normally we would have them into the office at some point, but because of the COVID, that's not possible. What I'm wondering is if we could still acknowledge the service that they've provided in such a way that maybe we could have something done with our local paper. Recently, they're starting a series of articles, matter of fact, with council elected people and so on. But it would be really nice if we could speak to them about doing something to recognize these firemen, because I think it's something that sometimes people just take for granted, but they're putting a lot of their own time on the line here. And I also would like to especially acknowledge David Felsky. He retired in May. There was some suggestion that we'd have something to recognize his service. And because of the COVID, once again, it got booted down the road. So maybe we could put our heads together and come up with some little thing. I think we should do that. I think it would be fair, but I don't have any real questions about the report itself, other than comments on the service of these long service members.
Okay, thank you. Sue?
Yes, just wanted to add that at Monday's staff meeting that was brought up, and the deputy clerk and I will look at different options for council consideration, how we can do the long service awards to both, because usually we have the service awards for staff as well as the fire department. And we're trying to think a little bit out of the box to be able to recognize what they've done, but we certainly do not want to let it fall to the wayside.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Now, the service awards that you've applied for, Chief, these are specific from the Ontario Fire Marshal's office?
That is correct.
Okay, so we do still do our long service awards for our firefighters. I think they come on 5 or 10-year intervals. I'm not sure. I can't remember the details, but we do still do that, and we do have to come up with some way to address that this year creatively as a result of COVID. But this would be something special from the Fire Marshal's office. So we'll, fingers crossed, we'll hope this comes through and you're able to present those to the men. Do you have any sense of how long it will take to find out and to receive the medals?
It usually takes about 6 weeks, so we're away. It's been 3 weeks so far, so we're hoping mid-December is what we're hoping for, unless there's any delays because of the COVID thing. They did have backlogs, but at the end of the year we applied, it's usually quieter than the first of the year. So hopefully anytime now I'll hear back from. They have acknowledged that they accepted all of them. It's just to get the medals and the paperwork together that we're waiting for.
Okay, perhaps that's something then that could be combined with our service awards. I know we have to figure out how to do this by Zoom, but somehow, even if it's taking pictures of each firefighter receiving the medal from the chief, something that we could include in that so that the press is able to pick up on it and recognize, as Councillor Poplinski said, that there's a significant amount of service here that's being provided to our community by these long-standing volunteers. And we do, certainly respect and acknowledge that and want to promote that to our community. So maybe they could get their heads together, Chief, you with the CAO and Deputy Clerk, to see what you can come up with, because hopefully the medals will arrive in time for the service awards, which would be nice.
Yes, it would be. That's what we're hoping for.
Okay, fantastic. Anything further from council on this first report, 9.4? Okay, and it's just being received as information, so I don't need a motion. On the second one, bylaw and fire call out breakdown, is there any questions or comments on that report? I'm not seeing any. Again, that is being accepted as information. So now we will move on to noise bylaw fireworks. And Chief, I'll have you speak to your report.
Okay. Since the last meeting, I've reviewed other bylaws and looked at the complaints that we've had over the last year or so. Some of the complaints are people are complaining. Main complaints are how come people are allowed to set off excuse me, fireworks so late, or are people allowed to set off fireworks during the week when people are working? Can people set off fireworks for certain hours? Like for some people are saying there's fireworks are going off in a certain location for 2 or 3 hours at a time, over that time, and then people not require permits to set off fireworks like other townships do. And like they say, cannot ban fireworks over water. Like I said, oceans and fisheries and Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry are responsible for anything on the water or over the water. That'd be up to them to ban it. And the only two bylaws that we have is that the noise bylaw can be enforced for excessive noise past 1 o'clock. Is a bylaw 2011-18. And the excessive noise would be like a long period of time, like I say, 3 or 4 hours of fireworks that can be possibly used as a excessive noise. And the other thing is the fireworks to be banned during a total fire ban, which is under the fire bylaw 2019-22, under a level 2 total fire ban. Then fireworks are completely banned. I've reviewed bylaws from Renfrew and Hastings counties, which go, some are as strict as allowing fireworks only on Victoria and Canada Day. Some are allowed only on weekends. Some are allowed only on specific days. Most of them are usually 20. Most bylaws do state 20 minutes maximum, and most do run between 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. for a 3-hour period. But during that 3-hour period, they're allowed 20 minutes, and that's it. That's what they do. Like, that's different townships. And one thing we don't have, the provincial offenses tickets for specifically setting off fireworks. So That made most townships now have imposed a $500 fine for a violation after getting a complaint. Is what the bylaws I've seen. So it's open up to discussion. I think there should be some kind of tighter restrictions because I do know I have spoke to people and they have complained about fireworks going off at 1 o'clock in the morning. You got to go to work the next morning all week long. That's the biggest complaint. So I do believe there has to be tighter restrictions on how or like when they are set off. But I don't believe in a complete ban would work well. I know that because the businesses around here do sell fireworks. We don't want to restrict everybody's fun from here, but there has to be, I do agree, there has to be some kind of a regulation or some kind of restriction on some of this to control it somewhat.
Okay. All right. So we did have a presentation earlier, I'm sure that you were listening in on, from Mr. Best in regards to information he was providing us from his lake association. So here we are. I think, so is there a recommendation? Is there something you're suggesting, Chief, that would be a good compromise between a total ban and a free-for-all?
I would restrict it to a couple days a week myself, and between possibly 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. Like I don't want to restrict it too much because, like I say, people do have that fun. Even if we narrow it down to the months, like a certain amount of months, like maybe I don't know if they want to go from May till September, maybe they do go from June, July, August, just for maybe even Friday, Saturday nights, something like that. But I know the time frame definitely has to get narrowed down because I have had people phone me say there's fireworks go off at 12:30. Said there's nothing we can do because the bylaw allows you to have noise up till 1 o'clock. That's a big frustration a lot of people.
Okay, so Sue, would we be working on this through the noise bylaw, or will we create a separate fireworks bylaw?
This has gone to council previously, and I do believe the direction was to work with our existing noise bylaw, and seeing as it's 2011, it is worthy of a review. So what we've heard from the previous meeting, as well as some staff discussions, is that we need to change the times. We need to look at specific days. We need to address that possibly through the week, unless, let's say, Canada Day or civic holiday falls on a weekday. That needs to be clarified. We also needed to address some of the restrictions. To one of the things from the previous letter that was a point of concern, and I believe it was brought up by Albest as well, is the banning of fire lanterns. So it is included in the fire chief's recommendation that under section 4.32, completely banned would be Chinese and fire lanterns. And I think a lot of the products addressed in the letters of concerns we've received are listed there. And our education campaign, as council has suggested would be a good idea, would be to elaborate on what is banned and to send out those notices as well. I would suggest that possibly the best way of proceeding, unless council has different consideration, is that we bring back the actual 2011-18 bylaw and have Corwin with staff. We can strike out what is there, insert what he's proposing in this report, and add the so that council can actually see what has changed, to see if it has reflected and addressed the letters of concern that you've received.
Okay, so can we ban specific kinds of fireworks in a noise bylaw? Or would that component, I guess my concern is this: if part of the parameters we're setting are in the noise bylaw and part of the parameters we're setting are in a fire bylaw, it's going to be confusing for people. So I'm wondering if it makes sense to make a bylaw for fireworks so that it is clear and easy for people to, this is the bylaw you need to look at. It refers to when you can do it. It refers to what the products you can't use, and it's all in one place. I'm just asking, would this be simpler if it was all in one place for the public?
I'll leave that to Corwin.
Thoughts on that, Corwin?
I would agree with you, because I know certain fireworks are completely banned, like cherry bombs are illegal to be owned, or they can be brought from the States, but they are illegal here. There is certain firecrackers. There's a list, probably about 15 items that are not allowed to be sold in Canada. And that list has been provided. Like I can give that to also, but a specific fireworks bylaw would make it very specific to anybody that wants to look at. They can understand it completely. It's black and white, and it's not added to somewhere else. You don't lose it. So that may be a good idea.
Okay,
Other municipalities like Casey Highlands have, and Whitewater Region have made a specific fireworks bylaw.
okay, Councillor Poplinsky.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Love. I don't think you can adequately address the concerns if you put it all in a noise bylaw. It might be quick to do that, but I think that we've a lot of issues here. One of the concerns that I have, and I think we should address it in the new bylaw, is that people responding or people using the fireworks should apply for a permit. And I think they should therefore also sign a paper that says they're responsible if there's damage to our woodlands, our houses, to whatever. And that there has to be some responsibility there, because it's fine to talk about bringing in tourists. They come up, rent a cottage for a weekend, they could burn down the whole damn place here and go back, and what are we stuck with? So I think that we have to be responsible. We're not being mean. I think it's just good management. So I would love to see something like that put into the new bylaw. And I think that we'll come up with something that's going to work for the best of all. Thank you.
Okay, so what I guess what I'm suggesting is, because the material that would be required in that bylaw it crosses the boundaries between noise bylaw and how we deal with banned substances or banned products and fire prevention. I think it would be best if we actually had a fireworks bylaw that could then address all the issues that you're suggesting, Councillor Poplinsky, in one place. Because if we do continue to try to address it through the noise bylaw, possibly through when there are fire bans, certain things are banned, it gets a little complicated, and putting it all in one little bylaw this is about fireworks. So if you're intending to do fireworks, this is the bylaw you need to look at. It's going to make it clear. It needs to reiterate that when there's a level 1 fire ban, no fireworks are allowed. It could all be in one place though. And that I think is important for ease of the public in understanding what council is doing, the changes we are making. I recognize it will mean we have to put an additional bylaw into effect, but is staff okay with developing a bylaw specifically for fireworks?
Yes, we can bring something forward.
Okay, now does anyone on council have, I know I only have 2 of you here at the moment, but do you have concerns with a bylaw that specifically addresses fireworks? Councillor Schulist?
Yeah, to you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I think it's kind of a 2-part system here. Of course, there's the noise and so on, but as Councillor Poplinsky, his concerns and so is mine is that the safety part of the fire. As soon as you say fireworks, well, we are dealing with fire and so on. Another thing too is Mr. Best had mentioned about environment, and one of the things on bullet point 5, it says about why having fireworks over water. Well, to me, before environmental consciousness came about, is we said, well, that's probably the safest place to have fireworks because water and fire, safety. But there's now the environment that we're talking about. So the education part of us. So I think when we put this bylaw together, definitely those 2-part systems, but we have to be also looking at the education of fireworks, what it can do to the environment and so on. As far as bans go, please let's not ban any fireworks here. I think this is part of our culture here and just about everywhere in Canada. So yeah, I would like to really see some recommendations from staff, what they feel, because the fire chief gets a lot of these calls. I'm sure he'll be able to put some together that we can all acknowledge. Thank you very much.
Okay, so could I suggest that staff draft a fireworks bylaw? You'll have to coordinate what's in it with the noise bylaw, and if there's any sort of fire prevention issues and fire ban issues with the I can't remember what the name of the bylaw is, but coordinate the information, but so that we do have one fireworks bylaw that we can then give to people, that here's where you go, here's your go-to document for the what's allowed and what's not allowed in Madawaska Valley. I think if we get that drafted, based on what the fire chief has suggested here, which is limiting the number of days, limiting the hours, and the length of time this can go on for, that's a good first step to bringing this back to a situation that's more reasonable for everyone to live with. And it's not about people who live here year round versus cottagers. It's about everyone being considered in how this is done, so that we can all live here together, and we're not restricting everything totally, but we're also not a free-for-all. So can we have that come back to us? And if it's then when it's drafted, I would be the kind of discussion I'd really like to have all of council here for. And at the moment, I'm missing 2 members who do have various concerns on this issue. So I would like to have us all here so that we develop the best bylaw we can. The one point I did want to bring up for consideration in drafting the bylaw is, could we include that a municipally significant event would be allowed if it was designated as such by council? And I'm suggesting that purely because occasionally our recreation committees may have a specific event where they want to do fireworks, and I'd like to ensure that that was captured. I'm thinking of, there was a New Year's event, and I think they did fireworks in Combermere. So I would like to have that opportunity to be flexible and allow for something that could be designated as a municipally significant event. That's not each individual every day, but as I say, just to make sure that we're able to have some flexibility in terms of some of our volunteer committees who may be planning things that may not absolutely conform with the rules that we're looking at here. Is that something we could add, Sue?
Yes, absolutely. Now, the one request for consideration, and it wasn't addressed in our staff recommendations and it wasn't discussed here, and I'm wondering if council wants that to be included for discussion when we bring it back as well. Did you want us to recommend a setback from the waterway where fireworks would be let off? There was mention of a setback. God help me. Maybe we need some more information on what that would look like, because there are certain people that just don't have very deep properties, right? A lot of the properties along the water are fairly small. They may find the only place they can set off fireworks is in the middle of their cottage. So I don't know. I think just maybe come back to us with a little more information if you find that kind of language in other fireworks bylaws, especially if they're a bylaw for an area that is a cottage country. It would be good to know if that's being done in other places. And I think the other thing that Councillor Poplinski mentioned that I don't see here is a question of whether or not there should be permits. So I think we need to have more information brought back to us from staff about if permits were proposed, what would that look like? Is there a permit fee? How do we, and what does enforcement look like around permits? Does it assist in enforcement, or is it potentially not going to help? So I'd like to know that, with thought given to it, have staff come back with some thoughts on those things, those 2 areas, because I don't think we have enough information to say definitively at this point, yes or no. Is that okay? Can we get more information and come back with a draft and we'll all discuss it? Everyone good with that?
Yes.
Council? Okay. Did we have a recommendation?
If I may, through the chair, I'd like to propose an amended recommendation.
Okay.
That council directs staff to draft a fireworks bylaw for council consideration, as well as the related changes to the noise bylaw and or fire related bylaws.
Okay. Can I get a mover for that recommendation? Moved by Councillor Schulis, seconded by Councillor Poplinski. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, We look forward to what you bring back to us. Our next item is a 9.7 animal control position removed for chief fire official duties. So Corwin, you've provided us with this report. Would you like to speak to it?
What I'm bringing this up for is what's going on is I've been out on fire calls and other calls where people call say they have picked up a dog. I'm not available to attend immediately. They seem to get upset, not realizing I can't attend immediately because I've got a more urgent matter as an emergency. So I'm asking that I can get that removed from my duties because it's not getting done properly. To pick up an animal like at a certain period of time. Last call was I had a fire call down in the south end of the township. I had an inspection that afternoon. It was a priority because they've been waiting 2 months to get it out of school. I said I'd get to around 3 o'clock. People got upset. The staff got upset. It's happened a couple times. I've had fire calls where I've been on a fire call where the police have picked up a dog. I can't attend. I'm trying to look after a fire scene. So that's the reason I'm asking to remove the duty. It's not the bylaw part I'm asking to be removed. I'm just asking to remove the animal pickup itself or something like that. I'm not trying to remove from my duty. Just I got way too much. When it seems to all come together at once, it just turns into disaster. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to get out of work. I've got lots of work, but it's just one of these little quirks that is just not. We're trying to provide a service, we're not providing property, in my opinion. It's not fair to everybody, and it doesn't look good for anybody, including myself.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, when you do wear 3 hats.
Yep.
Right. At the moment you have 3 hats and what you're suggesting is that they tend to conflict when the demand is there, it's there all at once. Often
That's right.
for each of the positions that you hold for the municipality. So, I mean, if that's been a situation in the past of concern, then I think we do need to consider as a council, are there other options for ensuring that we are providing animal control without compromising the ability to do bylaw and as fire chief. I don't know, where do we want to start with this? Sue, did you want to speak to it first and then I'll go to council?
I can just to explain the attachment of the job description. So at the time of the writing of this report, we looked at adjacent municipalities and there has been a recent contract position at Killu, Haggerty, Richards. And at the time they had called to inform of the contract position. So we had attached it with the mindset that the position would be only on an as needed basis. It would be done the same as we had done in the past when we have an alternate CBO if there's a conflict or if somebody is not available. But following our staff meeting on Monday, Corwin and I had a brief meeting. And so he elaborated that because it's not so much of the part of the bylaw that is the issue, that for him, if he had even council's approval, that he has the authority to designate any of the part-time staff that we might have. So possibly there might be a part-time volunteer on the volunteer fire department and or in the roads department that he would, if he's not available, would be able to say, if an animal needs to be picked up, do I have council's authority to just designate that individual to go pick up the animal and have it here to be dealt with after. So I think it was more trying to clarify and trying to justify to council that it's the dog catcher component that we are trying to rectify. Because when somebody comes, and we have quite a few that come right to the office and say, I picked up this dog on Highway 60, here he is. So we don't have a cage here. Corwin is at the other end of town. We try to encourage individuals not to pick up the animals. I have to say, through info at Madawaska Valley, the deputy clerk, and when we do, we are encouraging people to let us know so we can post it on Facebook right away. And usually within the hour, we have someone who knows the dog. But having said that, because we don't want to break that chain, we wanted council consideration to either have a contract position on an as needed basis to do exactly what Corey is doing now, which is bylaw and animal, or that council approves that the bylaw enforcement officer has the authority to designate a part-time staff when he's not available for that pickup.
Okay. All right. The part-time staff person, is there some training or, I want to make sure that it's not sort of someone who isn't able to handle dogs, that they understand what the process is, that they understand, you know, how the dog is to be treated, and, you know, just what the procedure is for capturing the dog and taking it to the pound, where the equipment is, where the key to get to the equipment is. So would that all be a component that we would be ensuring that all that was happening?
Yes, we would.
Okay. Councillor Poplinski.
Yes, I just want to go back to when I think Corey was hired, and even previous, the discussion about having those two positions were quite conflicting. And I think that recently, or a year or so ago, he now has taken on the extra duties of the enforcing the Landlord and Tenant Act.
Yes.
And we may not have that many incidents, but they have ones that probably require a lot of serious time, and they're problematic for people that are involved. But it was one more responsibility that he ended up having to assume because of the Ontario government. Now, we just can't keep piling more stuff on, but because of the conflict, and if there's you mentioned the issues of people bringing a dog or having a critical situation exist, or he's involved in a fire or some other serious. So I really think that we can't just boot this down the road. I think we should have a discussion, and I'm sure we've got some people sitting around with, especially now with the COVID, they don't really maybe have full responsibilities. And I would like to see their efforts put here instead of working from home or doing something that's really, really, I would say, questionable. Okay. We want to keep around, but maybe this is a position that we could go deal with in-house. So that was why I wanted that conversation in close, but meanwhile, hopefully it'll lead to having a further discussion as to how we're going to deal with this. We may not need to go out and hire any new people, you know. Okay,
so can staff put together how you plan to do this, and who you would be, who the employees are that you would be using? Can you put something together for council so that we can have a discussion? And I think by putting a firmer proposal together, this is a suggestion and an expression of a concern that we have in front of us, that it's become, as Councillor Poplinski said, very difficult to balance the needs of the three positions, as you stated, because often they're happening simultaneously. So could you put together something for us that would give us the peace of mind to know that would address the issues I brought up about training and having the person ready to do the job, but using our own part-time staff potentially? Can you bring us back something? And I think in the process of putting that together, you'll be able to determine whether it's an open session discussion or whether it is identifiable individuals that require an in-camera discussion. And I think, as Councillor Poplinski has said, we're sort of dancing on the head of a pin because we can't speak to specific people. Sue, is that possible? Could we get something?
Absolutely. And I think to Councillor Poplinski's point, yes, the next conversation would be in closed. But prior to being able to do that, I need clarity, because I think Councillor Poplinski touched exactly on my confusion, which is I recognize all of the hats and the extra responsibility that has been added to bylaw, which is why do we want to look at somebody who is trained, who already is doing bylaw as well as animals? So the report that the bylaw enforcement officer and I will come back to you with, is it just to say how we intend to replace the dog catcher component and or animal control? Because they're two different issues. Am I just looking at somebody to train that will just pick up the dog and then Corwin will deal with it on the bylaw side after? Or am I looking at animal control? And I think I don't know if Corey and I have to address both of those, or because the suggestion to just have a part-time employee is just to pick up the dog. So that's more just like a dog catcher.
Okay.
Or do you want the report to address both?
I think it should address both, because I don't think it's something we can, legitimately, respectfully, I don't think we can address it here in an open session. So having you, the CAO and the employee whose job description includes this, having that discussion and determining whether it is animal control or just picking up the dog. I don't think we can address that here. I would like you to come back, having had a discussion, and come up with a reasonable plan and options to present to council.
Thank you. You've clarified.
Is that fair, Councillor Poplinski? Would that address your concerns?
I think that's the way I would like to see it go. And I
Okay.
think we'll come up with some solutions.
Yes, yes. So you need to have that discussion, CAO to department head.
You know,
I guess.
if I may just comment further, and you know, I can put myself in Corey's position where he's dealing with a serious matter that needs to be tended with. However, if somebody comes along with a dog, and there might be the biggest problem they've got that day is that dog, or you know, or barking or whatever. And to them, that their problem should be dealt with immediately. And that's it. So if we have a way of having someone that has a little bit of time that could handle that responsibility, and I think that would be the way to go. Let's look at the various options that are there for us to deal with without going out. I know in the past there were issues with having somebody from out of town sharing that responsibility, because we'll always be sort of playing second fiddle. You need somebody in the community that's very accessible, first of all, I think, if that can happen. And I'm sure we'll find someone.
Okay. All right. So we've given some direction, and we'll look forward to what you bring back to us on this matter. Okay. If there's nothing further on that, we'll move on to trailer bylaw review, and I will again turn it over to Corwin.
Okay, the reason I brought this up is over the past year, probably two, the building official and myself have come across it's becoming quite an issue. It's people putting multiple trailers on waterfront properties. They're allowed 3 years right now with a septic. We're getting multiple properties. We're getting sea containers popping up all over the place, and we're getting people building on what is like a sleep cabin or a bunkie, what you may want to call it, on their property, which isn't allowed by the zoning. But we have people to start looking at and say, well, your bylaw doesn't really enforce anything. There's no real enforcement other than the zoning fine, which is about $10,000, $25,000, which requires a summons to go into court. So we're looking at going at possibly looking at the zoning bylaw with the planner, the CAO, and the building inspector, and possibly bringing present something to council to see if we can come up with a better way of doing this bylaw. Like the big issue with the trailers is we're charged for policing as if it's a permanent structure. Impact doesn't tax that way, so we're looking at possibly trailer permits. I looked at other, like an yearly permit to have the trailer on the lot. We're not trying to ban trailers completely. We're trying to make it fair to the cottagers and the people that have temporary places here. So, and the sea containers, like they say, they're not allowed in residential areas. They're allowed in a rural area, but they're popping up in the villages of Barry's Bay. They're popping up in villages, the Hamilton Colmere and Wilno both. There's a zoning issue. They pop up. People say, "Oh, I didn't know it's there." But like I said, the only enforcement we got right now on it is a summons to go to court. Is $25,000 fine, which is I think a little excessive. They're trying to figure out some kind of a in between so we kind of work with everybody. It's kind of a vague area right now. So we're saying your people don't seem to understand what to do right the monkey. So I didn't realize I couldn't build that because it's under 10 by 10, but to build taller. So that's what I'm saying. There's building issues, there's planning issues, and then there's a bylaw enforcement part of it. So we're just looking for a recommendation to go come up with a plan, say we'll have a staff meeting, come up with all the issues, present back to council, a possible solution to get this fixed.
Okay, well, definitely it's a growing problem. There's no doubt about it. So we do need a solution. In the process of developing, in researching and developing solutions, could we have MPAC provide up-to-date information on how trailers are assessed, including things like trailers with no connections or attachments that are on wheels or up on supports, trailers with attachments to hydro, well, septic, any of the above, and trailers with decks or add-ons. I'd like to confirm with MPAC how they assess, if they assess, and how they assess trailers in various stages of being made permanent, so that we have a good foundational knowledge on what's going on in terms of the assessment of properties with trailers, And, certainly the suggestion of looking at a permit fee may be something that council would want to consider, because when a trailer is being tagged as a household in our property count, that base fee that we're paying for OPP services, we may not be recouping that from the assessment that is producing tax dollars. Because it's a trailer. So that's why I'm asking for the two things: a very clear understanding from MPAC, so that if we are going to look at a permit fee, understand why we're recouping that fee from the property owner with the trailer. I want to have a good justification if that is the direction we are going to consider. So is there anything council would like to include in what our staff will be looking at before they come back to us with some information about trailer bylaws? Councillor Poplinski.
Yes, Mayor Lev, you touched on the one item that I was going to mention when you included that regarding the impact and the police using that as a means of their count in terms of their billing. So I think it's very important to find out exactly before we maybe really address that, because we want to be able to cover it all and recapture some of the money if we can along the way. So no, that's a very good point.
Okay. Anything else on that? Any other things that council would like staff to consider? Okay, my only other point would be to recognize, as you're doing this work, that there are members of our community for whom getting a lot, a rural lot, and being able to put a trailer on it, this is their home, this is what they can afford. And we have to recognize that members of our community, not everyone can afford a great big home. So I want that factored in. It may not be waterfront lots, so just some consideration to the economic circumstances that many of our citizens live in when you're doing this review. Okay, Sue?
Following discussion, can I propose an amended recommendation that council directs staff to schedule a meeting with bylaw, planning, building department staff, and MPAC to review the bylaws regarding trailers, sleep cabins, and sea containers, and draft proposed changes to the existing bylaw, including reviewing permitted uses within our zoning bylaw for council consideration?
Okay, council, can I get a mover for that recommendation? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulist. Any discussion on the recommendation? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, we're going to have lots of interesting work coming back to council, that's for sure. Now, I'm wondering, council, do we want to take a short, like a half-hour lunch break before we launch into an afternoon? Because at this point, we would be moving on to Stephanie. So is that okay, Sue? Can we take a half hour for lunch? Okay, could I get someone move that we take a half hour for lunch? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulist. All those in favor? And all those in favor, thank you, and that's carried. So we will be back at, we'll try for 12:30, but probably 12:35. Okay, thank you, everyone. Good morning. I'm going to remind everyone as you come in that we are live streaming. So please be aware. We are still live. We are live streaming right now. So I'm reminding everyone of that as you come back into the meeting. Okay. Oh. Sorry, just getting a text. One sec. Okay. I just got the go ahead. We are live streaming, as I said. And with that, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We do still have a quorum of council. I have Councillor Schulis and Councillor Poplinski here. So we will move on in our agenda. Our next item is the Paul J. Yakabuski Community Center update. And I'm wondering if Stephanie can join us. Oh, there she is. Good afternoon, Stephanie.
I should probably unmute. Thank you. Hello.
Oh, no, it's a tradition today. We're all refusing to unmute ourselves.
Okay.
So could you please speak to your report?
Sure. So I wanted to just give council an update on the arena and just say that things are going well and rentals are starting, and they have been, staff has been doing very well with trying to manage the groups coming in and out. And the groups have been very respectful. They are following the guidelines, and we're getting questions, we're getting suggestions, and we're taking those all and managing as best we can. We have hired some additional staff to help with the cleaning that needs to be done and backup for sick staff that if that happens. So far, we're good. One item on the end of my report is the structural audit. I received an email actually this morning, and I should be expecting a report within the next few days. So we'll have a little bit more information with that moving forward. But I just wanted council to have an update. So if you had any questions on the operations at the arena, you can feel free.
Okay, any member of council have any questions for Stephanie? Councillor Poplinski. And you need to unmute yourself.
Hello, is that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Hi, Stephanie. Can you tell me, is Mr. Mask back at the arena?
He is, yes.
Okay. So in addition to the other three people that you've mentioned here?
Yeah, yes. Yep.
Staff members?
Pardon me? You cut out, sorry.
He's working along with the three people that are mentioned here?
He is. So there's three positions at the arena right now, and that sounds, we have a student who operates the door and does the some of the cleaning around the building. And we have cleaning staff, and we have a manager or an operator at the building as well.
Okay. Did Councillor Poplinski freeze? Councillor Poplinski, did that answer your question? Okay.
I think his video is froze.
All right, but I won't have quorum, so until I get Councillor Poplinski back, I can't continue the meeting. I guess, once again, the magical Gwen in the background, maybe you could, yes, help him to get out and back in again so he's not frozen.
I am trying, but now I see he's removed right from the meeting. So just give me a minute here because we can't continue until he's back.
Absolutely, not a problem. We will just sort of sit tight until hopefully you're able to succeed. And I did get that coffee. Okay. I can't even do a motion to take a break.
He is trying to reconnect.
Okay.
You can see how the snow is really coming down out of Sue's window, but you don't see any snow coming down at Kim's house.
Oh my.
Nope, it already came down earlier.
Oh, okay. You sent it to us.
Nope, there's snow on the ground. It's moved on to Barry's Bay. Headed soon to Wilno, Dave.
Oh. I'll tell you what, I had an exciting day yesterday.
Okay, now we're
Of course,
live
we lost the-
streaming.
Oh,
We're live
yeah.
streaming, so do you really want to tell the entire world about your exciting day? I'm just asking.
Well, yeah, it's about trees falling on power lines and
Okay.
township cleaning up very nicely. Hydro come in, so no, it's a good story, you know. But very dangerous. But everybody's safe.
That's good. A happy ending.
Oh, it was a happy ending for sure, yeah. What can we not say when we're live streaming? That's a good one. A man walks into a no.
Oh no. No, we won't do that. We have to be mindful. Just wanted to make
Yes,
sure you
very
were
much so.
aware in case it was a personal story.
Yeah. What was funny about one tree, well, it's on my side road, and it went right over the hydro lines, just leaning there, right? So, and the road is blocked. Nobody wants to touch it because, you know, it's dangerous, power lines and so on. So it just happened that it was in my yard, and there was just enough room for everybody to go around. And that was being a good neighbor. Thank you very much. Maybe about 3 or 4 hours later, the hydro line snaps. Yikes. Yeah. Can you imagine somebody coming through there? So, you know, sometimes I guess it pays to go to church. I don't know. Anyway, that's sometimes you do get lucky, but you want to be a good neighbor. And but no, yeah. And then the hydro actually one of the hydro poles snapped in half.
Wow.
There's a lot of pressure, I guess, on the tree and that. So, yeah, you just never know.
I think a lot of many parts of our community didn't have hydro yesterday. I know I didn't have hydro. I do believe other staff members didn't have hydro. So it's one of those things about rural living. You have to be prepared for the possibility that you won't have hydro for up to a day or two or longer if there's an ice storm.
Exactly.
Okay.
Hours came on around 1:45 this morning.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Oh, that's when it wakes you up because all your lights come on. Oh, good times. I'm not sure, Sue, what our protocol is when I don't have a quorum. I guess I have to wait 15, 20 minutes and recess the meeting. I don't know what else to do.
Well, as per our procedural bylaw, item 7.2, where a quorum is not present. I sent you an email, actually.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm zooming on my email receiving computer, but I do have the procedural here with me, so I shall.
So section 7.2, where a quorum is not present 15 minutes after the time fixed for the holding of the meeting, the clerk shall record the names of the members present and the meeting shall stand adjourned until the date of the next regular meeting or until rescheduled. So you could,
Okay.
if we're not successful, we could reschedule
Okay.
for tomorrow or
Not for
time.
tomorrow.
Is Councillor Poplinski in the building or is he at
No.
home?
No,
He's at home.
Oh, okay. That makes it more difficult. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, internet in the building is sketchy some days, and it
Okay.
may not make it easier for him to be in the building.
He is still trying. He is having internet issues. He's trying on 2 different machines to see if one will work better than the other. I said
Okay.
we'd give him 5 minutes and see what happens from there.
Okay.
Thanks, Gwen.
Thank you, Gwen. Sue, can you be our timekeeper on that 15-minute thing? And not that I'm not going to hold a gun to council's head. Hopefully he's coming back in.
Yeah, I see his name.
If that happened at home, I would tell my kid to unplug the Xbox.
Okay, Councillor Poplinski, we can see you. Can you hear us? Councillor Poplinski, can you hear us? Okay.
Somebody give him a call.
Yes. If
I'm on
someone
it.
could. Thank you very much, Magical Gwen. I don't envy her on days like today. At least make him aware we can see him.
Okay.
Oh.
He's muted right now.
Yes. Okay, Councillor Poplinski, we can see you. You're muted right now.
Are we on?
We're
Yes,
good to go.
Okay, yes, we can see and hear you. Oh, you muted yourself again. You're muted again.
Yeah, it's happening on its own.
Okay.
And I got several notices saying that the internet was a problem today.
Okay.
That
I
was-
must be using it all
Yeah,
before
it's,
it gets you.
It came up, and now the other system with the laptop is just doing some upgrades, and it won't let me get back on. So thank God I got this whole piece of work here. We'll try and get through with it.
Okay. So can you see me or can you see us?
No, I can see you.
Okay, fantastic. So we were just, Stephanie had just presented her Paul J. Yakubuski Community Center report, and you were going to speak to it or ask a question. I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Love. I did have a question pertaining to her report, and I'd asked her if Mr. Mask was working, and I didn't quite hear the answer.
Okay, yes, he is working. So he's one of the operators for the ice resurfacer. So there's
Okay.
3 positions now that are at the arena. One is a student at the door and also a net mover. The other is a cleaner, and the third is the ice resurfacer operator.
Okay, and
Um,
what's the amount of hours daily rented? The facility, can you give us an idea?
During the week, the rentals go usually 5:30 until 10 at night. On Saturdays and Sundays, they start at 8 in the morning. My calendar here, where did I put it? For example, this Saturday, the ice rentals start at 8 in the morning and the public skate finishes at 6:30. That's pretty standard. On Sundays, it's a longer day than it was previously. So on Sundays, the ice rentals start at 9:30 in the morning and go till 8 or 8:30 at night. So, but keep in mind that the hours are extended because of the half an hour break in between rentals.
Okay, so I think, yeah, the last time we spoke, I think it was about 3 hours a day that they were renting at that time. So you've got an increase now, have you?
Yeah, so minor hockey has passed off their schedule. Hunting season is now over. So there's some rentals on Wednesday nights, which we didn't previously have. And the Chicks with Sticks are starting again. So that increases the time during the week. We've also added public skating, which we didn't have previously. So some have been sponsored, some are charged per user. And we still have some businesses looking to sponsor ice times.
So the public skating, is that raising revenue for us? Or is it?
With the businesses contributing, absolutely. Yeah, the
Okay.
sponsored ice, well, they're paying the regular rental rates for the ice to sponsor the ice. So yes.
Okay, do you have any other plans to generate? I know it's challenging right now because of the COVID. Is there something else that we could be doing or you are doing in the next little while?
I had an inquiry. My problem this year, honestly, is ice availability. The only ice I have available is late in the evening on Saturdays. That I would consider open ice. We had an inquiry today for broomball. And now we're back to the we don't have broomball nets discussion. So staff had suggested that possibly we consider bringing the nets from Combermere Outdoor Rink to Barry's Bay until the outdoor rink opens to see that maybe we can use those in the meantime. I haven't gotten any word as to whether or not Combermere is running broomball this year. I'm not 100% sure on that either. But that is a possibility as well. So we'll be renting more ice Saturday nights, hopefully, to broomball users.
Okay. At the current time, do you have any applications for grants or any other means of revenue to keep this facility operating? Is there anything ongoing?
I don't have any. The only grant we've been waiting on is the ICIP grant, and we did get notification. And I noticed part of it is in your package today, and I believe it's going to be spoken to later. But we have been approved for $100,000, but we have to apply for it. So that was just announced last week. So we'll have more information coming regarding that. But as far as any other grants, I don't have anything else in the works.
So this specific grant, what is it for? What would we be able to utilize it for?
It's called the COVID Resilience Fund, but it does have a stream for just renovations for capital use. So we can use it for anything within the municipality. It doesn't have to be for the arena, but I went through the projects just briefly, and some of the items from that priority list that we had sent out of the last arena meeting, I'm considering the carbon monoxide detector and fire alarm system replacement to be covered by that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions for Stephanie on the Paul J. Yakabuski Community Center update? I didn't have any either. Stephanie, did you want to speak to the specifics of the $100,000 grant, or do you want, do you need a recommendation to move forward? I would assume you would move forward with it, but for a recommendation specifically about what you're thinking of applying for, or would you prefer for things to remain flexible as you gather more information?
I think I would prefer things to remain flexible, but I believe I would need a recommendation to be able to apply to use it. The grant is first come, first serve. So I did just yesterday at like 4 o'clock get an email saying, here's your approximate quotes for a few things around the arena that we could use it for. But I'm going back to our priority list from that original letter, and it likely would be the fire alarm systems that I'm looking at. Now, that would be likely possibly over $100,000. So there may be a shortfall in that 100, but it was just a general budget. We'll see what comes back and if we're approved.
Okay, thank you. And these were items that do need to be done anyways. They're on our list of works that and projects that we have in the process of renovating and upgrading the arena. So getting the grant for that would be helpful.
So I don't know, Sue, do you want to create a recommendation there for that grant application?
That council directs staff to apply for the ISIP funding stream and identify which of the priority items previously identified for the PJYCC would qualify.
Could we just say, I'm just wondering if we could just say that we direct staff to apply for it in relation to, I don't know what to say, requirements at the Paul J. Akabuski Community Center. Identified items at the, rather than, just my thought on that. I'd like to keep it flexible, that we're identifying, we're applying for the grant for this, for the arena, but until you got the, a little more specifics, I want to leave some flexibility. We have a list of projects we know need to be done, and anything that's going to fit well into that grant application is what staff should go for. Sorry, Councillor Poplinski.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Love. I would like very much to see the information that's out there. Obviously, we don't have it in the package. If it's here, I haven't seen it.
You have it.
Okay.
You have it. That's it.
Receiving this just a day or so ago and having no power certainly didn't permit me to go through the whole package in the detail that I would have liked. So perhaps I would like to have a look at it, and I would like council to make some decisions as to where we're going to spend this money. I know that we can spend it all in Barry's Bay at the arena, but we do have other facilities which we should consider as well. So rather than just say to staff, go ahead and do what you're going to do, I would like to be involved in this situation.
So this has just very recently been announced. I actually received a phone call from Ministry Akabuski informing me just a few days ago that this funding would be available to us and other municipalities throughout the province. So we are allocated $100,000 to apply for. However, it is a one project situation. It is not a sort of a patch it together any way you want. So if we're going to apply for something, it's got to be one project at one place. So we are looking at the arena specifically because we know we have significant expenditures within the next year or two that need to be made to bring that facility back up to a reasonable standard. And that's why basically it hasn't been considered to spread it out throughout other facilities. Stephanie?
Need the mute again. So I just printed, the package was just released. So I just printed the package now. I can email Councillor Poplinski the package if you'd like to review it for the grant application. And it has a question and answer with it as well. I can send that to all council for your review.
Well, if I may, Mayor Love, I think it's very important to review this because we don't need another situation and we're counting on getting a grant that we didn't get. And perhaps spending a little more time on this application will probably lead us in a more successful conclusion. So that's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, right. Thank you. But I will remind you, and this is an odd thing to have been told, this grant is on a first come, first served basis. So while we've been allocated $100,000, if we are not prompt in getting our application in, we may not get anything. That's what first come, first served means. There is obviously a limit to how much the province is willing to spend. So I have a concern with delaying and then maybe having a fantastic application, but being too late in the door with it. So how do we address this? Sue.
The application also has to be shovel ready, so you have to have your quotes and or corroborating reports with it as well.
Again, that's another restriction that makes it difficult to do much other than what we do have that is shovel ready. One project shovel ready and in as soon as possible. I mean, I didn't make this. We're just, staff is just dealing with, you know, what the province puts out there. It comes out, there's almost no time to do it, and it needs to go back in. I would rather have $100,000 in pocket for some of the work we know has to be done at the arena than worry about trying to look at every facility or other facilities across the municipality, which may not be eligible and certainly aren't shovel ready. The money we get as a grant offsets money we might have to spend or borrow as a municipality. So in a roundabout way, it provides opportunity to look at taking tax dollars and spending them in some other area to meet some other need. Councillor Schulist.
Yes, to you, Madam Mayor. Have we not put a lot of work in that other application? A lot of that stuff already has been done. So, you know, again, it's a little bit less money that we're asking or it's available to us, but we've got a lot of that groundwork already done. True or false?
Stephanie?
Yeah, that would be true. Yeah, but the quotes that I'm receiving right now are baseline budgets, right? So once the project is decided, it needs to be confirmed.
Right. So, I mean, this is all the work that has been done to make the arena a shovel-ready project. Unfortunately, we didn't get the ICIP grant for recreation, which would have been an ideal fit for this project. But here we are. The arena is what we have shovel-ready. We've got a short turnaround period, and I would recommend to council this is not something we should be delaying on, that we should be moving forward. Giving staff the authorization to go ahead and apply, because otherwise we may be sitting here getting nothing. And $100,000 in our pocket to address issues at the arena is better than nothing. Nothing against any other facility in the community.
No.
It's just here we are. Councillor Poplinski.
Yeah, just like it's not because I want to spend the money elsewhere. I want to make sure that we're doing this properly. And we do have a chance of getting this money. And that's all I'm saying. It sounds now I hear that the decision has been made, that's what you're doing. It sounded a little while ago, they were still looking at various options. So all I'm sorry is asking for is a little clarity as to how we're proceeding here. That's all, okay? Then I don't think that's too much to ask for.
So, Stephanie, I think if you would please send the application to Councillor Poplinski and any information you have, that will help him to understand the situation you find yourself in, which is certainly not of staff's making or, you know, council's making. It's the reality of the way we have to deal with how the province announces funding these days. I would still like to give her the authorization to go ahead and apply, because if we're not applying, we're definitely not getting. And it needs to be done as soon as possible. First come, first serve is a little bit unnerving term that we're trying to deal with here. Councillor Schulist.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Stephanie knows what's going on. Madam CEO knows what's going on about what we need. I think we should just give direction and say, okay, tell us what we need, and then take it to the next step. As soon as we can do this, the better. But we do have to identify what is it that we're applying for. And there's I guess a need and a want, but I guess more of a need than anything. So I think we need to move on this real quickly.
Okay. Stephanie.
So there are a couple of webinars that were announced today as well regarding this grant that I'm hoping I will be attending. That will probably provide a little more clarity. I guess the reason why you're getting the response of, well, I'm thinking the fire alarm system versus some other quotes. In the beginning, we were told this was a COVID-related grant and that we had to find COVID-related costs for the arena. All of the things that we had in our previous list that council saw were not necessarily COVID-related costs. They were all capital costs that would need to be looked at, but it would have been hard to spin them, or I shouldn't say spin them, it would be hard to make them be COVID-related if you're replacing an ice pad on an ice surface. And so what we had was an electrical engineer come to the building and go over our HVAC system to see if there was something that we could find there. And the costs that have come back are quite a bit more than $100,000. So it doesn't fit in that $100,000 package. So I went back to the priority items, and when the grant was announced, it doesn't actually say the renovations need to be COVID related. It has now stated that municipal buildings can be retrofits and upgrades as well. So I would like to go back, and again, and that's why I'm asking for the flexibility here, because if after I go through and listen to the webinars, they say it's maybe better to go with COVID, I would have to do that at that point. So I guess that's why I'm asking for a little bit of flexibility here.
So to me, it seems reasonable. It's not like you're going outside the parameters of the many components of a shovel-ready project that council has had before them. We need to be light of foot and quick in order to ensure we do get this $100,000. But as you're saying, Stephanie, you don't know what the webinar is going to reveal to you. And certainly we want staff to pick a project that is going to best ensure we're doing everything we can to get that $100,000. So does council have a concern with providing what we wouldn't do, which is a less clear direction, but a little bit ambiguous, and allow for the fact that staff know the situation, have had the studies done on the building, and can customize what we're applying for based on what they hear in the webinar, and to get on with it and get this done as soon as possible. I think it's more important to me that we get the $100,000 coming in to be able to use, because every $100,000 that comes in as a grant is $100,000 we're not taxing for, and we're not borrowing. And that helps our taxpayers. So Sue, can you make that recommendation just a little more generic to ensure that we are allowing for that flexibility in this particular case? Sue.
Does that flexibility include just removing PJY and identifying as shovel ready, or identifying PJY?
Do we have any other shovel ready projects?
Well, I guess that would be, if you're asking for a little bit more ambiguous yet giving enough direction, in fairness to the two council members that are not at the session as well, we could send them all the application. We could identify what we do have as shovel ready. But then once council members have gotten back to Stephanie that they see it just opens up, it just extends the
That's a straw
timeline,
poll.
but yeah.
But that's a straw poll, and I don't want to do that. No, okay, read me the recommendation you wrote again, because it seemed a little bit restrictive.
Okay, I have erased that one, but I will
sorry.
try again.
Just wanted.
that council directs the staff to apply for the ISID funding stream and identify which of the priority items as identified at the PJYCC as shovel ready would meet the requirements of the fund.
Okay. Do councillors have a concern with that recommendation, considering the timelines we're facing and the restrictions? Councillor Faflinski.
Yes, Mayor Love. No, I have no problem with that at all because you're very explicit. When this was introduced a little short time ago, that was one of the options. And just leave it with staff to decide how it was going to go. Well, I'm sorry, but I like a little more clarity. And the fact that you now identified that project, I'm fully supportive of that, if that's what we're doing. Because the way it sounded a while ago, it could have been just about anything that they could have got under the wire. So
Okay.
you see why I'm asking for this clarity and what are we doing? That's what
Okay.
I wanted.
Okay,
thank-
so the recommendation provides sufficient clarity for you then?
Absolutely.
Okay.
As
So-
opposed to any venture at all, which could include the PJY. That's
Okay.
what was presented. So as long as you understand why I'm raising this issue.
Okay, no, and I wanted the recommendation to be clear about what we were referring to, but leaving it open for the choice of the specific component, because $100,000 won't cover everything, but it might cover a few of the items that have been identified to us as critical needs at the arena. Okay, that's why I wanted it to have that flexibility. And again, Stephanie can customize the actual application based on what she hears in the webinar. So it's a good one. Councillor Schulist.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion on that recommendation.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Schulist. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Faflinski. Any further discussion on the recommendation? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, and that's carried. Okay, Stephanie, I can see you're going to be really busy.
Oh, yeah.
And we do appreciate the fact that you aren't being given no time at all to get, to get that application back in order to make sure we have our best chance. So thank you for that. Is there anything else on the update then? We've covered everything else. Okay. So let's move on to Christmas events 2020. Stephanie.
Okay, so I've been in touch with the Madawaska Valley Lions Club, and they wanted the Township of Madawaska Valley to know that they've decided to not go ahead with the Santa Claus Parade this year. So I've spoken to Gwen, and she will put it out in the newsletter and and our information so that the municipality is aware and the residents. But I'm working with them to develop another opportunity that would be Madawaska Valley Holiday Lights Tour. And I wanted staff to know, or I wanted council to know what the plans were. So far, and details are still coming in, they have agreed that they will help with an event at the railway station or possibly at Zurkowski Park. We've kind of left it open to see how much room we have. We're going to ask residents and businesses to decorate their houses, and I will post a map on the Township Facebook page so that people can do a tour. And then one night out of the weekly tour, children will be able to come and meet, pick up a bag from Santa, drop off their letter, and that'll be in the evening with the help of the Lions Club. The Tree of Lights will also go on. Township staff is working with the Madawaska Valley Foundation the St. Francis Valley Healthcare Foundation to move on with what they would like to do, and it will likely be a virtual event, but the lights will still go up. So township staff in the next week or so will be checking the lights and installing the tree. The other thing on my report here is the community Christmas party, which is canceled for this year. The only thing that I'm asking from council with regards to this report is the amount that we had allocated for the budget for the Santa Claus parade be used towards the Holiday Lights Week, and that money could be used for prizes for decorations as well as possibly candy bags or other rentals that we would need to pay for. So I don't know if anybody has any questions. No, Kim, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. It's been one of those days. Is there any questions for Stephanie? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. Stephanie, on the holiday lights, tacky lights week, is this 2 separate sort of tours? I'm just thinking, rather than have people submit, oh, I think their lights are really tacky. That's kind of hurtful. There may be homeowners who, they've done their best and they're very proud of what they've done. And I would hate to label their homes as tacky.
No, I just hadn't decided on a title. So I wasn't sure if it should be holiday lights or tacky lights. It didn't matter to me, but I just wanted it to be obvious that it was going to be for decorated houses.
Okay, can we be positive and call it holiday lights, please?
Okay.
I don't want to offend anyone because lots of people go, spend a lot of time doing up their homes and their properties. So I'd just like to be positive. Councillor Poplinski.
Yeah, I was just wondering, what was the cost or the amount that we had allocated for the parade?
I believe it was $850.
Was that for the candy?
That was for a combination of the candy and the horse-drawn carriage ride that was normally done for the foundation. Yeah.
Okay, that's normally the horse-drawn wagon ride that normally occurs at the Tree of Lights the night before the parade.
That's
is
right.
600 of that. And then the rest was for the candy that typically council distributes along the parade route.
That's right.
Okay. Any further questions for Stephanie at this point on this report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Do I have a recommendation? Yes, I do. Okay, Sue.
Through the chair, that council accepts the Christmas Events 2020 report as information, and that council approves the staff recommendation to reallocate the budget for the Santa Claus Parade Tree of Lights 2020 towards expenses for the MV Holiday Lights Week.
I love the name. Okay, could I get a mover for that, please? Moved by Councillor Schulist, seconded by Councillor Poplinski. Any discussion on this recommendation? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, Stephanie, Canada Day 2021. Let's hope that we're past COVID by then.
Crazy. So we're at this time of the year again, and we need to apply for the Heritage Canada grant. So I've reached out to the chairs of the committees and looked for their plans for next year. And from what I'm gathering, they're hoping to do an event, and hopefully COVID cooperates. They have a couple of the groups have mentioned that some of their costs may be increased this year. So when the application goes through this year, we will try to increase the request. And thus, if it happens and we are able to get a little bit more funds for them, we can do that. But it's been all due to COVID, obviously. They may need to provide extra sanitizer and things to the people that are coming, and the unexpected costs that they don't normally have. So all I did was created a report that said what the 2020 expenses were, and then just saying that I needed council approval to go ahead and apply for the grant application through Canadian Heritage.
Okay, so Stephanie, you've spoken to all the committee members and the groups that are usually involved in our Canada Day.
I've spoken to, yes, the chairs of the committees.
Yes.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yes, so the committees have had their input into this funding application.
That's right.
We're not missing anybody.
No.
Okay, is there any questions for Stephanie on this report? Okay, I don't see any. Sue, could you read the recommendation?
That council accept the Canada Day 2021 report as information, and that council directs staff to proceed with the grant application for Canada Day 2021 through Canadian Heritage funding.
Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Schulist, seconded by Councillor Poplinski. Any discussion on the recommendation? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, thank you, Stephanie. I don't think we have anything else in reports from you, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, the next one is Building Department. Now, Sue, are you going to speak to this report? The Building Department update for October, or is Silas going to?
I can speak to it. So generally, through Ice City, our CBO generates the report that is attached, which is your building permit stats. And the only thing that I added was because of the previous months, we have been listing to council the issues that we've been having with trailers, with encroachment, to highlight the need for us to do a review, which at the previous conversation, previous item, we did state that council agrees it is needed. So it's self-explanatory. It's just basically saying where we are at as of the end of October.
Okay, any questions from council on the report? I'm not seeing any. I'm going to ask a really dumb one. What's a reefer? And don't tell me what in relation to planning.
I think it's some of the sea containers. So
Okay.
some of them are deemed to be reefers because of the length, the height. Some are insulated, some are not.
Okay. I didn't have
And
a
I could be
clue.
wrong with that, but that's my
Didn't have a
but that's my
clue.
French interpretation.
Okay, I'm
Yes.
going with that because otherwise I was going with a much more folksy interpretation and couldn't figure out why it was in that list.
No.
Okay, all right, that helps. I'd never heard it referred to that before. Okay, we don't need a recommendation, I think, because this is just information.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so we'll just accept that as information and move on to insurance renewal follow-up. Amanda. Good afternoon, Amanda. Would you
Hi.
like to speak to your report?
Sure. So it's just a follow-up report from the October 6th Counseling Committee where it was presented the insurance renewal. The insurance renewal was added increased premium over last year's, and there were some questions with regards to artworks, furs, jewelries, and miscellaneous items, the coverage on it, and building limits, and some commercial general liability increases. So I reached out to to our broker, and they contacted Frank Cowan Company for us. And within the report is their response. So the supplemental coverage, the artwork and the furs and the jewelry, not that we have those items laying around, but it's included within the package, and therefore by removing it does not decrease our premium. And again, like I had previously stated with regards to building limits, so we're provided with a blanket coverage of, I don't know what it is for all of our buildings, but in order to keep the premiums somewhat lower, they say that, you know, the municipal office is, the insurance value is $1 million. I'm just throwing numbers, general numbers out there. But if there were to be some damage to the municipal office, we have access to that whole blanket coverage for that is available for all of our buildings. So that's what that is. And then commercial general liability increase. So that's where we saw a higher increase with our renewal. And they provided that a report that Frank Cowan had developed with regards to escalating costs of municipal claims. So basically they're saying that due to the joint and several liability that has severely impacted some of the premium increases. And so that is sort of my follow-up on that insurance renewal for you.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. In terms of that supplemental coverage for things that most small municipalities don't have, artwork, furs, jewelry, I still don't understand plants. That really doesn't make any sense. Is it worth our sending a letter to Frank Cowan expressing that these aren't things that small municipalities have. And while they're saying it's supplemental and it won't change our premium, perhaps they should reconsider having any coverage for things that municipalities don't have in municipal policies. It doesn't make sense. Like if there's any
Well-
chance that going forward, their package could be adjusted and supplemental coverage could cover something we actually have, I'd feel better about it being, it's in the premium. It's in there, right?
So we did at one time require that coverage when we had the art gallery open, right? So we had other people's artwork at the south of 60, and it was important for us to have that coverage because if there was a break-in or damage to the building or whatnot, we had that insurance coverage for ourselves in the event that we had to provide compensation to these people for their artwork. So although it doesn't, right now, we don't have anything, we don't have a huge assortment of plants laying around that, severely impacts us if, a fire were to come through the municipal office at some time, we did. But I can, if that is the will of council, I certainly can reach out to our insurance broker and have them contact Frank Allen.
I'm just saying that, having artwork, especially of a value that would be above and beyond our deductible, would be a rarity, right? So, we may have had artwork, but I suspect that unless we brought in an actual acrylic, we wouldn't have anything that was valued above and beyond our deductible. And, having an art gallery is not something all small municipalities have either. And so to me, if we suddenly acquired a giant fur cape for the CAO that we wanted to, sorry, Sue, I'm not wearing it, that we wanted to insure, then that should be something that we add on to our policy rather than having this, they're saying it's supplemental, but it's not really helpful to municipalities that don't have these things. So I'm just suggesting that it would be helpful to send them a letter and say, hey, come on, this is not a common thing. This should be an add-on you pay for. This shouldn't be incorporated in as a component of a premium that everyone's paying, because most
particularly for small municipalities.
Exactly. So, could they give some consideration to maybe removing this from the standard package or switching it up for something that's supplemental that we actually might have?
Sure.
That was my thought. If we don't say something, they're just going to continue with this in the policy, and we're paying for something we don't have.
I can do that.
Okay, Councillor Poplinski.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Love. There are really two components to this increase, the major increase that I see, and one of them is legal, but the other one is the buildings. And I'm wondering, Amanda, how many buildings do we have and facilities?
Do you want me to name them up, or I can provide?
No, just give me a number.
If I may, Madam Chair, while the treasurer is looking, one of the local clerks had sent out a questionnaire asking if any of us had experienced increases in insurance. So she did send me 7 of the replies that she had received. So Renfrew was 22% increase. Killaloe, Haggerty Richards was 14% increase. City of Pembroke was 11 to 13% increase. Petawawa was 10% increase. McNabb Braeside was 20% increase. And the one that had the highest increase was Edmiston Bromley at 46%, but they identified that it was because they assumed they had been locked into an agreement for 3 years. And the 2021 renewal was the first year outside of the 3-year. But other than that, they had no change in their claims whatsoever either.
Amanda.
I'm not sure if I lost my count, but I was at 48.
Sorry.
So what you consider is building, what they consider as a building or a structure within the premium breakdown is not necessarily what you would consider as a building or a structure.
Well, what do they consider as a building that we don't consider?
So, okay, so for example, under the arena, we have the Paul J. Yakabuski Community Center,
Right.
but they also have the rotating sign and the standby generator within the building premium breakdown. Then under fire, we have the fire hall, the 2 fire halls, sorry, and communications towers. So
Okay.
those are also considered within the building premium breakdown. I can provide this to council if you wish, if you would like to see the list.
Councillor Poplinski, would you like a list of what the insurance considers
that's
buildings?
fine. What I'm getting at is that because what is really disturbing, and you wonder why the CAO mentioned the communication with the other townships and the increases up to 40-some%. Well, if they use this formula where all buildings are to be insured at 100%, it was only an hour ago that we heard the statistics from the fire chief. How many fires did we have last year? How many did we have in the last 20 years? So they're assuming that 14 structures are going to burn in 1 year, and we're paying premiums based on that fact. I'm sorry, but there's something wrong here. And if we don't address it, and I really think that along with, we've already got people on our side, the other townships that have expressed a concern, we need to do something, because doing nothing, all it does is give you another major increase next year. And so this whole concept of having 100% insurance on all your buildings, as if it's going to all destroy them. If they destroy them, all those buildings, we won't be here. We don't need that insurance. So all I'm saying is let's use a little common sense, but understand that whole concept. That's wrong to operate from that perspective, because we will not be able to continue looking after the business of the township. Now, that's all I'm going to say about that. I think we need to talk about this and get in touch with our neighbors that are expressing the same concern and write some letters off somewhere. I know the single life or the single event insurance triggers a major concern for all of us. The other thing is the amount that increased our premium because of the legal actions. And that we're trying to do something about. We need to continue to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, because this is going to put us right in the financial grave here. Okay. So thank you for providing that information, but we need to, rather than just look at it and accept it as information, this needs to be a project where we're actually an action project where we're doing something about. It's like our benefit package that needs to be addressed, and it's got to be dealt with. We just cannot have another increase. With that alone, we're looking at probably with the tax on it over $100,000 next year, if not already this year. That's not sustainable. Okay, so thank you for the report, Amanda, and I really do think, and I would like to make a motion that we initiate an action project dealing with this particular project, and when we get to the group benefit package, I would like to do the same. It cannot go unattended.
Sue,
Can I suggest as a follow-up to Councillor Poplinski's comment about following through with this increase as it pertains to the 100% coverage on buildings? The county CAOs, we have a meeting every 4 weeks, a Zoom meeting. I can send out the ask that we put it on our agenda for the next meeting, and that possibly before then they look at specifically this 100% coverage for their buildings, and that maybe collectively we can send a letter to some of our insurance companies to generate that question. So I would propose that that be an action item to me, because it's not so much a recommendation, and that then I could bring back a report as to what we've sent and a copy of possibly the letter we've sent.
Councillor Poplinski.
I think that's an excellent idea, and I think along with that, if you could look at perhaps canvass other insurance companies to see how they deal with that particular item, because that is the thing that's killing us right now. Okay, that would be very helpful, and not just one company, but more than one company that deals with municipalities. Thank you.
Okay, so Sue, in that action item, you will probably be speaking with CAOs of municipalities that don't solely deal with Frank Cowan. So that is probably an excellent opportunity to get some feedback on what some of the other insurance companies are doing in relation to this. So if we could bring that back, that would be helpful.
Okay. So noted.
Okay, well, I think that's a good step forward. I still would like to send a letter and suggest that providing us with supplemental coverage for something we don't have doesn't make sense, and that we really should get a premium deduction for something, because we don't need coverage on things we don't have. They need to reconsider what they're providing to municipalities. They might as well be providing us with coverage on
cybersecurity.
Yeah, something else we don't have, an Eiffel Tower. We don't have one. They're going to cover it. Great. I'm just saying we do need to focus in and make sure our insurance package is providing value for the dollars we're spending. And I don't need a bunch of furs or jewels. And if we had them, then we would have to insure them as extra. Are you okay with that, Amanda? I know it's a bugbear for me because I don't like paying for something that doesn't exist, on top of what Councillor Poplinski is saying. So hopefully that, if we start to take some action and gather some support, maybe we'll see some changes in what our premiums look like, or at least how they're structured going forward. Any other comments on that, or shall we move on? Okay, I think we'll move on. Let's see, 2020 to 2022 AMO board. Sue.
Yes, this is just a report to inform council that I would like to put my name forward to sit as a municipal employee representative for the rural Ontario to the AMO board. So most of the meetings are by Zoom. I don't anticipate there being any financial impact to the township. And I believe my main goal for wanting to put my name forward is seeing the difference that it has made, as I was asked to sit on the AMO Provincial Municipal COVID Recovery Group. And it is very, to me, encouraging to see the Zoom meetings that I attend, the discussions that are had with the ministries, and then the following Friday, seeing some of the recommendations that were discussed at that meeting, some of the rural positions that are taken. I do believe that it gives us a stronger voice. And there are other individuals that I know of that are applying as well, because we are hoping to have rural representation so that we have a stronger voice on the legislative side. Mm-hmm. And part of the application to be considered is you must have a resolution of council.
Yes. Any questions or comments from council? Councillor Poplinski.
Yeah, it looks like a great position to be on. I'm just wondering what sort of time allotment would you need to serve on the board, Sue?
And I added that in there. So the board meets 6 times a year, and it's generally the last Friday of the month, and it's preceded by like a Thursday evening committee of the whole.
So when you're not available to do your job, you've got somebody on staff there that can do it for you.
Yeah, these
Okay.
are, yes, but most of it is done when it's not during staff time. It's not during office hours as well.
So these are in the evenings, these conferences.
Yes, most of them are in the evenings. Some of them may be through the day, but it's generally the ones that are through the day, it's like 3 to 5 p.m. One of them is 9 to 1, but I would generally reallocate my time accordingly. I would still be in the office.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Sue, this would be great. My fingers are crossed. I would love to see you engaged at this level because, as you say, the input you've had on the COVID situation is, this is the voice that we need heard, the voice of our small rural municipalities, so that the government's making good decisions that reflect our needs as well as the needs of our big city municipalities that seem to so ably be able to voice their needs loud and clear. So, to me, this is a great opportunity and I'd love to see you get this. Could you read the recommendation?
Yes, through the chair, that council approves the CAO clerk request to submit an expression of interest for consideration to the 2020-2022 Association of Municipalities of Ontario Board as the Rural Municipal Employee Representative.
Could I get a mover for that motion, please? Moved by Councillor Schulis, seconded by Councillor Poplinski. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Well, with fingers crossed, we'll see how that turns out. Certainly they know of you from the work you have done. So also nice letter of recommendation that you received from the clerks and treasurers, I think it was, or was it was Robert Tremblay.
Yes, Robert Tremblay, the CAO of Whitewater and the president of AMCTO.
AMCTO, that was it.
Yes, gave a letter of reference for the position.
Yeah, so that's nice to see. I do appreciate that and that support for your application. Okay, where am I at? I think I've lost my place. Okay, that was the last of that page. So, okay, moving on, we have cannabis cultivation interim control bylaw. And Sue, this, I believe, is your report. Oh, and you're muted.
'Tis the day, as you stated. So this was a previous council direction, just asking that we review the pros and cons of implementing an interim control bylaw. It was felt we had a couple of council members attend the Roma, was it the Roma? Yeah, Roma. Yeah. And there were presentations there recommending to councils that they should implement an interim control bylaw to give them ample time, which is you have a year once we implement the interim control bylaw, to review the cultivation, production, processing activities of cannabis throughout your municipality and how that impacts so that you can do the required changes to your zoning bylaw and or review the policies that you have in place. So what I did do is I reviewed a couple of municipalities that have preceded us in implementing a policy. I did talk to the County of Renfrew. I did speak to Cunningham and Swan. And so basically my recommendation to council following speaking to the county and to Cunningham and Swan and speaking to other municipalities that are lower tier as well within the County of Renfrew and out of the County of Renfrew, I recommend that we retain Cunningham and Swan to draft the bylaw for us, that we consider using the County of Renfrew to do the review and the study, This morning, there was an email sent to the clerks group that we are considering utilizing the county of Renfrew, and that if more municipalities within the county actually also get their study or review done there, then it lowers any cost to us, and then it also is reflected within the OP in our individual zoning bylaws. So I'm hoping this is what council was looking for when they asked for a review. I wanted to be clear, I want council to be clear in the background information that what I'm proposing addresses more so the cultivation, production, and processing, and anything that is associated with that, which includes noise, manufacturing light issues, fencing, and anything that comes from those three activities.
Also smell.
Exactly, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and that was what, actually having been the chair of that particular session, that was what was recommended to municipalities, was that we get an interim control bylaw in place while we're working on the process of updating our comprehensive zoning bylaws. So certainly, I think it's a timely thing to get on with, and part of the work of the coming year will be making sure that we're reviewing our comprehensive zoning bylaw once the county has finalized the upcoming amendments to the official plan that will be put in place in order to make it better able to promote growth and development in Renfrew County while maintaining while maintaining the values of the new provincial policy statement. So basically, if we can get more municipalities in Renfrew County on board, then it's going to lower the costs for us all. And so, Sue, if you're working on that, that would be really, really helpful. I really do appreciate that opportunity to hopefully share costs and make sure we've got the job done right. Just one point before I go to council, I wanted to mention to you, and haven't had a chance to one-on-one, other municipalities in Roma Zone 6 that I represent are having problems with communal grow ops for personal use. So a number of people combine their plant allotment and have it all grown on one property, and that property isn't necessarily their property. And I've heard this from a number of mayors, that this is a big concern because these things are cropping up and they, close to residential areas, and they don't have a means of addressing them. So is there a way to address this so that the growth for personal use is restricted to, in some way, to a person's own property, so that you don't have 12 people coming together with their 4 plants, and before you know it, you've got 100, 200 plants somewhere being grown for personal use. So just keep that in mind, because this is something I'm hearing from the zone, and it needs to be considered along with where legitimate grow ops are situated in terms of proximity to residential, setbacks, all those sorts of things. Sue, is that?
Yes, I do believe the Carlo Mayo example that I attached, they actually in their definitions had a cannabis production facility and a cannabis production personal.
Mm-hmm.
I think within those categories, we can certainly identify those restrictions.
Okay, because this is a new thing. People are communally growing their cannabis, and we need to be able to ensure that we don't have conflicting uses, land uses. Councillor Pawlinski.
Yes, Mayor Love, in regards to that, the point about the communal use, this was a topic that came up in discussion with the Solicitor General's office last January. And that was when I first got the warning about trying to have a bylaw that would deal with the specifics that you've got within the report here. And I'm just wondering how the ministry are dealing with that. Are they giving us any directive at all in terms of, are we going to see more of that situation? But that was a big concern about the personal growing of it and who is doing it and where and so on. I'm just wondering, and also, how can we get the people also involved like ourselves, instead of just stealing the cost of having our bylaw put in on the books and taking it and applying it in their own situation. You know what I'm saying? It's sort of nice, just like we got people on board for the community safety program and people buying in and paying the cost and so on. So it's something that we certainly have to keep working at and trying to get that happen, because we want to keep our costs down, but why should we pay for everybody else, you know?
Okay, Sue, is there any way you could bring that to the CAOs group as well to just see if we can get some more buy-in? Because the interim control bylaw in Madawaska Valley might work perfectly well for other municipalities who are considering this, so that we would then have one legal fee, as Councillor Poplinski suggests. Sue.
I want to be clear on the request to ask Cunningham and Swan to do it. It is specific to our zoning bylaw. It is to ensure a review of our municipal Madawaska Valley policies as well. So it's not like just a generic message. So for example, the town of Renfrew, I did send it just for discussion this morning, but the meeting today for the clerks happened on the same day as this meeting, so I was not able to attend. But I did send the question, and I got an answer back from the town of Renfrew saying that, you know, they would like to be kept in the loop regarding using the county of Renfrew, that they suspect that they'll be receiving an increase in inquiries in this nature as well. But for them, in Renfrew's case, it would likely be limited to industrial operational settings, rather than for us, it might be more widespread agricultural. Adniston and Bromley have expressed that they would also be, they ahead of us have already had an interim bylaw, and they as well have expressed an interest to use the county of Renfrew. So I do believe that we're all on the same page as it pertains to cost sharing and benefiting, you know, that we have less costs. We're all still meeting our local needs, but having that overarching, the overarching template in place.
Okay, so the interim control bylaw will be Madawaska Valley specific.
It is.
Okay, so I mean, it's pretty hard to share that. Someone else using our bylaw wouldn't necessarily help them. Okay, so, and I do believe, if I recall correctly, there's something in the report about we do have funds from, we have cannabis funds that we can use to offset the cost.
That is correct. If you recall, at the beginning of the conversations, when council had a time frame and you had to decide by a certain date if you're opting in or opting out, there was a caveat there that if you opted in prior to that date, you qualified for some of the funding. If you changed your mind later and still opted in, you did not qualify for that funding. So we do have, it was specific as to what you could use the revenue from. And as I included in my report, it does fall under what we would, under policies and bylaws. So we would be able to use some of that revenue that we've already received to offset the cost of having the review done, as well as having Cunningham and Swan prepare the interim control bylaw.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, that's good to know. It's a good use for those funds because it's protecting the entire municipality and ensuring that we end up with good planning policy in place, hopefully before we have an issue. Can you read the recommendations, Sue?
Yes, I can. Through the chair, whereas council has directed the CO clerk to investigate options to implement an interim control bylaw and or site specific to review the land use in all zones throughout the township of Madawaska Valley as it pertains to the implication of cultivation, production, and processing activities of cannabis throughout the township of Madawaska Valley. Be it resolved that council for the corporation of the township of Madawaska Valley directs staff to retain the County of Renfrew Planning Department to undertake a land use planning study to examine the land use impacts and methods of regulation of cannabis cultivation, production, and processing. And be resolved that council approves the hiring of Cunningham, Swan, Cardy, Little, and Bonham LLP for the preparation of the interim control bylaw for council consideration. And be it further resolved that the costs associated with the land use planning study and the preparation of the interim control bylaw be paid from the revenue received from the Ontario Cannabis Legislation Implementation Fund.
Okay, could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulist. Is there any discussion on the recommendation? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, our final item under reports is the statement of revenue and expenditures, and Amanda has rejoined us. Would you like to present, Amanda, and take us through?
Similar to last time, I think I could just go page by page and just read out
Please.
some of the footnotes I have, and then if councillors have questions, I can ask for
Okay.
questions. So I just want to start off by saying that the report, it does state that it is up to the fiscal period ending November 30th. However, we are in a period of transition. So we've started with our new financial software. So we are at the point of using 2 software systems right now. And so at the end of, on September 25th was the last day that we could enter invoices into our system, so to issue invoices, accounts payable, so to pay any invoices, and for cash receipts, so when people come to the counter to pay a bill. So that was the last day we could enter in our legacy system or our old system. And following that, a few weeks later, mid-October, we were able to start entering them into the new financial software system. So that being said, this report will only capture a lot of those expenses and revenue lines up to September 25th. I did attempt, we're in training mode right now. We have training every day practically. And I did attempt to try and find an appropriate report for council so that I could present up to today's, or an appropriate date for council to see the numbers. I just wasn't comfortable with what I was finding. So I will have something for council at the December Council Committee that is more up to date. So I apologize for this, but it's just a matter of circumstance, unfortunately.
Okay,
So-
Amanda, having something while you're in transition is certainly appreciated, and we'd rather have something than nothing. So,
Yes.
we understand that some of this may, or does all of this only go to September 25th, or does some of it?
We have been doing some manual journal entries. So there could be some numbers that are in there from October.
Okay, but we'll just presume that a lot of this is up to September 25th.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
a good idea, particularly with like some of the larger expenses for the Pog Lake Road construction. There's a large expenditure that is not included on that. And then we have our water billing that just went out, that is not included on this as well. So
Okay, that clarifies a lot about what we see in these accounts.
right. Okay.
Thank you. Carry
So
on,
I will
please.
start on I'm going off of my report and not off of your agenda report. So I'm hoping that they match up. So the statement of revenues and expenditures. So I just picked some ones that I thought you might have some questions on. Footnote number 1, we've not received funding from the province for the Pog Lake Road ISA project. And our third claim will be going out. I'm hoping to have it out by Friday. There have been some issues with the workings together of the province and the federal government. And also the provincial government has implemented a new transfer payment system online, and it is not working as well as the municipalities would like it to. It's very difficult to use, and the ministerial employees are also having difficulty receiving reports. So I have submitted 2 claim reports, and I will be submitting a third one for some funding, but as of yet, we have not received any funding. So that is why that number is so low. Number 2, so you might see some numbers that are a little bit off askew. So for example, number 2, that is where the a lot of the Safe Restart Agreement funding has been put in, because we as you might recall, I had a report saying what the lost revenues would be, taxation, water and wastewater revenues. So there was a large number from rentals. So I had to put it within the Ontario Recreation, which complies with the report that I provided to you. Number 3, the Canada Cultural Grant. So that's a little bit higher because of the summer jobs funding. We weren't expecting to receive the funding that we did. Number 4 is year-end billing for shared services agreement for road maintenance. So we do that at the end of the year, and then we will be receiving the revenues for that. And number 5, so this income from investments, that is a revenue line, but it is a negative. So there was a reduction from an investment that we have held in trust. And when I was looking at making sure everything balanced throughout the years, I had our summer administrative assistant go back all the way to 2007 in one of the, in that income from investments line. And we found out that there was a reduction in that investment that was not recorded in 1 year. So we had to capture that. So it's a kind of a loss within that investment income, or the interest on investment income. So that's what that is. Is there any questions on this page?
Councillor Poplinski.
Yes, Amanda, thanks, Mayor Love. In relation to this particular item, the revenue loss from investments. So you're saying this goes back to 2007?
I'm not sure exactly what year, but yes, there was an adjustment that I have followed up with the auditor, and there was an adjustment that was not captured during audit.
So the auditor has already dealt with this, has he?
We have done this adjustment, yes. So that's what that negative there is.
That's it. And that's recent development then, is it? That you found this out?
Yes. So because we were transitioning to
because and really what I'm trying to get my head around is that, you know, we really have a lot of constraints as a municipality and as to how we invest in. With some places we cannot invest in.
Right.
The companies that are investing the money would love to take us, have a high risk and put us into areas where it's just a no-go, okay? And I remember having this conversation 1.5 years, 2 years ago, and very explicit about not being into any place where we're subjecting the taxpayers' money at risk. So money market funds would be the only thing that I would be comfortable with. So obviously something has happened. Money was put someplace, because a money market fund, you don't lose money, okay?
No.
But if it's in a stock or...
So just for your clarification, there's money. I don't want to, I'm trying to not, I want to make sure that I don't overstep and report on something that should be discussed and closed. We have money that we are holding in trust for someone else that we have invested. And over the years, there was a drawdown from that that money.
If I could just intercede, perhaps we may want to deal with this in an enclosed situation.
It's not that there was a loss in the investment in the market. It was actually a drawdown that was not recorded accurately.
Could I suggest that, Amanda, that you provide us with a report at our next meeting, with more details, so that, and put it in camera so it can be discussed without. It's challenging for us to understand what the problem is if you can't be explicit.
There's answers. We need answers, but I don't want to put you in a position where so understand. I think that would be wise to do that, to put it in closed. Yeah.
Okay, so if you wouldn't mind just bringing us something in camera.
You'd be so kind to produce those statements for me to look at?
So it's not a market loss. It was just a withdrawal that was not recorded.
Okay.
All right, so if that could be brought to the next council meeting, to the in-camera session, Amanda, so that you are able to speak freely and explain it to us, that would be most appreciated.
Correct.
Yeah, it's just that your terminology and investment held in trust was what caused me to think it was a market fluctuation that caused this.
No.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we will get an explanation at our next council meeting in camera for that. In relation to that, Amanda, just one question. Is the interest that we will earn on investments this year going to be affected by that negative number? Are we not going to be able to, normally the interest we earn on investments, it's the investment of our reserves is one of the key components, and we take that interest and redistribute it into our reserves. So I'm asking,
Right.
is this being a negative number going to impact our ability to do that, or is it going to become some separate entity on our financial statements?
No, it will be a separate entity on our financial statement. So
Okay.
It should not affect us. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm sure you can explain it more to us when you can actually speak to what it is in camera, and maybe we'll just leave it at that for now until we can have that discussion.
Sure.
Okay. So thank you. Can we continue then? Is there any other questions on this page from council? I'm not seeing any, so I guess we'll move to the next page.
Okay, so the next page is just a continuation of revenue lines. So footnote 6, that is a year-end adjustment that will be made. So it's not reported yet. Footnote 7, we had budgeted 10,000 and we are at 5,000, a little over 5,000. The metal sales market has significantly decreased. So unless Hillary or Mike has some big piles waiting for us to be submitted, we may not hit that market. Footnote 8, so that is an ice rental, or sorry, a ball rental fee. And that was a prior year invoice adjustment. So we had invoiced a group for a ball rental for but anyways, it was we had invoiced them, and when they actually showed proof and statements, that invoice should not have ever occurred. So we had to do a reversal. And footnote number 9, canteen revenue, side rental fee. Again, that is, we had to do a invoice adjustment again. So it was an invoice that should not have ever occurred, and we had to return that into the system.
Amanda, these adjustments, are they coming to light because of the transition from one software to another, or is it just one of those things that, I mean, as staff has been learning new jobs, that the odd mistake has been made?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Okay.
As we are growing into our positions, we're more familiar and confident with what we're doing. But then with transitioning to the new system, we were required to look into everything into detail. Just, you want to make sure everything looks nice and neat. And so some of these things came to light.
Okay. We could have been making some minor errors for years, and now you're discovering them and fixing them.
Correct.
Okay. No, this is fantastic. I'm glad you're getting everything resolved. Are there any questions from council on this page? Councillor Poplinski.
This is page 147, is it? That's the one.
I'm on 146 revenue still. So was there anything on 146?
I don't have any.
All right. So then let's proceed to 147, Amanda, which is general government expenditures.
Correct. So I have number 10, transfer to reserves, investment income. So that's a year-end adjustment. We take the statements at the end of the year. Number 11, so that number includes the strategic plan, the asset management plan, our financial software purchase, and our office building renovations. So that's what that line is.
Okay. All right. Now, Councillor Poplinski, you had a question on this page.
Yeah, my question is on the fourth item from the bottom of page 147, the transfer to reserve income. of 40,000. So that hasn't happened, right?
No. So we wait until
Okay.
the end of the year.
Is it possible in the next little while if you could produce a copy of our reserves up until at the current time and just leave it in my box or share it with all council?
Sure.
I'd like to have a look at our reserves as we're looking at these numbers.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so at this point in time, though, Amanda, not every withdrawal from reserve will have been made, even though it would have been identified by our budget.
Correct. So
Okay.
in December, again, as I did last year, I will provide the committee with a report on capital projects, what was budgeted, what was spent, will it be finished this year, and what needs to be transferred back into reserves.
Okay, that would be great. Looking forward to that. All right, is there any other questions on page 147 in your package? I'm not seeing any, so let's move on to the 148.
Okay. So footnote number 12, protection agriculture. We had budgeted 280. We actually spent 3,011, and that was as a result of a livestock kill. That was there was a report brought to council for that. Number 13, volunteer fire department so that's a remuneration that is paid out at year end. So come December, then we provide that remuneration to our volunteer department. So that's why that is still quite low. Footnote number 14. So that was previously reported. It was unexpected expenses to update the propane and the exhaust system at Grove Hills. And footnote number 15, pump and pressure tank expenses and electrical services expenses seem to have put those that line item over.
Okay. Is there any other? Okay. So are there any questions on page 148 for Amanda? I'm not seeing any, so let's continue to 149. Which is animal control.
Yep, so I have footnote number 16, and animal control materials, and that would be dog tags that were purchased, the extra dog tags that we purchased for the year.
Okay, and that purchase allows us to use all the dog tags because we are not renewing dog tags annually now.
Right.
Okay. Are there any questions on page 149? Seeing none, let's go on to 150.
Okay. So footnote number 17, which is our crossing guard expense. So just a reminder, that is a cost shared with the school board, and we invoice the school board at year end. So the majority of that will be covered by the school board. Footnote number 18, roadway construction. So I just itemized some of the construction that has been completed so far. So Hopefield Road, there was some engineering that was completed. Smoglinski Stopa has been completed. The thermoplastic crosswalk is included in there. Wilton Drive and some expenses to date for Pog Lake Road are in there, but it is not yet completed, and the majority of those costs will come in this week and within the next couple of weeks. And then footnote number 19, again, that's a year-end adjustment of equipment use time that is reported on the timesheets through payroll. And so once all the payroll is completed at year-end, then in January, I go in and do a manual journal entry. So you'll see those lines throughout the departmental budgets that are sitting at zero.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on page 150? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so let's go to 151. Not much there.
No. And
Any questions? Any questions on 151? No. Okay, moving on to 152.
I didn't highlight anything specifically, but I have my system up. If you have any questions, I can pull up whatever line item you'd like.
Okay, any questions on page 152? I'm not seeing any, so we'll move to 153. Now, do we have any highlights here?
We do not have any highlights.
Councillor Poplinski, are you on page 153?
I'm on 153, Mayor Lowe.
Okay, so please
Yeah.
ask your question.
Dealing with economic development, the second from the bottom up, and the equipment budget at $3,750, and we spent 12. What was that for?
So there is a posting error that $10,000, as you can see just below it, is not in there. And that's in here. So it's a posting error. So I need to move $10,000 out of that line and put it down below.
Okay, so the actual amount is $2,121.92.
That's correct.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
No, I'm just trying to get my head around this, what you're doing here. So what was the capital expenditure of 10,000?
That's the Valley Manor redevelopment campaign 2020.
Okay. So
Okay,
this equipment up above should not be there.
Right,
No.
it's got an extra 10,000 in it by accident, so it needs to go down to the line below.
Right. So that $2,000 is for
Yeah.
Barry's baseline furnishing.
That's fine. Yeah, I see that.
Okay. All right, no, good catch. So that
Good.
can be changed. Is there any other questions on this page? Amanda, I know we went through this last time, but basically the COVID salaries are what is showing up in emergency prep, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so our COVID expenses are in here.
That is correct.
Okay,
Okay.
that's why the numbers are so skewed significantly from where we would normally anticipate them to be, just for the public's information.
Yeah, it just makes it easier at the year end when I have to determine what the actual costs were to offset it towards that safe start agreement. I can just look at it and that's the number I need to transfer over.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to verify that because it looks like it's been skewed, and I wanted the public to be aware that is where our COVID expenditures are being tracked. If there's nothing else on page 153, let's move to page 154. Any questions on page 154?
No.
No, I'm not seeing any. Okay, I just wanted to ask you, Amanda, under arena cleaning, so are the extra costs of cleaning that we're incurring right now for COVID related cleaning, they are then going to go into the emergency preparedness budget as well with the COVID costs?
Yes, if it's outside of what we would normally buy. So I think there's like a special disinfectant that we purchased that goes in there. If it's just normal, regular cleaning materials, then we would put it in here.
Okay, so in extra hours for cleaning for COVID are going over in emergency preparedness as well. Okay, that makes it easier when we're looking for next year's budget at the numbers from this year, if we're not getting that COVID salaries messed in with this and the additional positions we've had to hire part-time. Okay, no, that's great. Any other questions on 154? Not seeing any. Let's move to 155. Any questions on 150? Oh, you have a note here, Amanda.
I do. So there are a couple of items on there that are showing as negatives, even though they're an expense. So it does the opposite. And they are just stale dated checks that were canceled. So after a year, then I cancel the checks and return the expense back to the department.
Okay. All right, so any questions on page 155? I'm not seeing any, so let's move to 156.
And again, the same thing in the parks mileage, a stale dated check that was not cashed.
Okay, any questions on 156? All right, I'm not seeing any, so let's move on to 157.
So this sheet
Oh.
is just showing what our school boards and our county requisitions are for the year.
Okay, any questions on 157? Nope, let's carry on to 158.
So I have a footnote number 23, and that is the posting error of the groundwater monitoring wells expense. So I will just be moving.
Okay, so you'll be
I'm going to
fixing
create
that.
a capital expense line, and it'll be budget of 0, but
Okay. Any questions on 158? I'm not seeing any. Let's move on to 159. There's no notes on 159. It's the water system. Any questions on 159? Don't see any. All right, moving on to 160, which would be wastewater. Any questions on the wastewater system?
I do have the one note there for number
Okay.
24, which is the materials and supplies, and we had a sewer blockage that we had to call in a contractor to help clear that one.
Okay. Any other questions on wastewater? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so we'll move on to 161. Oh, no, we won't. That's bylaws. Okay, thank you, Amanda. I appreciate the update, and certainly we look forward to what you are able to show us at our next council and committee meeting.
And I'd just like to point out, so I think the departments seem to be doing quite well, keeping within their overall budgets. We seem to be on a good track. Yeah, I think they're doing a good job making sure that they only spend what's absolutely necessary.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the update. That basically completes our municipal reports, and we're not doing standing committees today. So I guess what we will do is move on to bylaws. Our first bylaw is bylaw 2020-41 regarding a shoreline road allowance closure and disposition along the Madawaska River in front of lots 2, 3, and 4, concession 8, subject to an easement in favor of Ontario Power Generation Incorporated, designated as Part 1 on Reference Plan 49R-19546, Geographic Township of Radcliffe, County of Renfrew, COM-2017-06. The recommendation is that bylaw 2020-41, being a bylaw to provide for the closing and stopping up of part of an original allowance for road along the shore of the Madawaska River in front of lots 2, 3, and 4, concession 8, Geographic Township of Radcliffe, now in the Township of Madawaska Valley, in the County of Renfrew, and for the sale thereof to the abutting landowner be given third and final reading this 17th day of November 2020. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulist. Is there any discussion on the bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Next is bylaw 2020-87 regarding a shoreline road allowance closure and disposition along Green Lake, aka Labrador Lake, in front of Lot 3 Concession 8 and Lot 3 Concession 9, designated as Parts 1 and 2 on Reference Plan 49R-19552, Geographic Township of Radcliffe, County of Renfrew, COM-2020-03. The recommendation is that bylaw 2020-87, being a bylaw to provide for the closing and stopping up of parts of an original allowance for road along the shore of Green Lake, aka Labrador Lake, in front of Lot 3, Concession 8, and Lot 3, Concession 9, Geographic Township of Radcliffe, now in the Township of Madawaska Valley, in the County of Renfrew, and for the sale thereof to the abutting landowner be given third and final reading this 17th day of November 2020. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Schulist, seconded by Councillor Poplinski. Is there any discussion on the bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Bylaw 2020-93 regarding a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment being part of Lot 25 Concession 2 and part of the shoreline road allowance along Kaministiquia Lake, designated as Part 2 on Reference Plan 49R-6744, Geographic Township of Sherwood from Residential 1 R1 to Residential 1 Exception 68 R1-E68. Mark and Pamela Lyon, LYO 2020-09, be given first and second reading the 17th day of November 2000. Oh, wait, I didn't need that part. Sorry. I will quit it. Mark and Pamela Lyon, LYO-2020-09. The recommendation is that bylaw 2020-03, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2006-26 of the Township of Madawaska Valley as amended, be given first and second reading the 17th day of November 2020. Could I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulist. Is there any discussion on this bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. The recommendation is that bylaw 2020-93 be given third and final reading this 17th day of November 2020. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Schulist, seconded by Councillor Poplinski. Any final discussion on the bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Next is bylaw 2020-94 regarding the authorizing the entering into and execution of a memorandum of understanding with Opeongo Snowbirds Snowmobile Club and the Corporation of the Township of Madawaska Valley with respect to prescribed snowmobile trail land use permission. The recommendation is that bylaw 2020-94, being a bylaw to authorize the entering into and the execution of a memorandum of understanding with Opeongo Snowbirds Snowmobile Club and the Corporation of the Township of Madawaska Valley with respect to prescribed snowmobile trail land use permission, be given first and second reading the 17th day of November 2020. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulist. Any discussion on this bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. The recommendation is that bylaw 2020-94 be given third and final reading this 17th day of November 2020. Moved by Councillor Schulist, seconded by Councillor Poplinski. Any final discussion on the bylaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, that completes bylaws. We don't have planning matters to deal with today. So I'm going to move into correspondence, and for the sake of brevity, I'm not going to describe each piece. I'm going to assume everyone has read them. So our first correspondence information item is a letter from the Solicitor General dated October 2nd, 2020 regarding Anti-Racism Directorate, ARD. Are there any comments or discussion from council on this? Just trying to find it here. How did I miss it? Okay, I think I've got it. Yes, okay, 180, yes. All right, sorry, Councillor Poplinski. Took me a minute to
Thanks,
find it.
Love. Yeah, it's quite an extensive piece, and I don't think there's anything we need to deal with as opposed to, you know, we definitely should be aware of what's going on behind the scenes, because where it's going to have some implications will be for whatever the new police board, or which is going to be the equivalent or the taking over from the CPAC. And we're still in limbo on that. I don't know. I haven't received any more information. But when I read through here and look at all of the various hoops, and it looks like we're going to be under tremendous scrutiny. Someone is going to be, for everything that's happening. So just be aware of it. This is this can't be taken lightly, because it's become law, or will be. And we need to, you know, I just assume that there's going to be a whole lot more downloading and dealing with this, and just be prepared. That's all.
Yes, thank you. I'd certainly, actually echo your concerns that this is going to be a significant amount of work. I'm particularly wondering about the requirement for each municipality to maintain a board and prepare and publish a diversity plan to ensure members
Yes.
of the board are representative of diversity of the population. It's my understanding that it's a member of council that will sit on the police services board. I don't know how municipalities are supposed to ensure diversity of that board when it's from council that we will be choosing a representative. So unless councils happen to be elected with diversity, it's very difficult to ensure diversity, and certainly having to have a diversity plan means another document that has to be created and hopefully whatever is in it to be followed. So I'm not sure how that's going to work either, but it does look like it's going to be an awful lot of work. You're absolutely correct.
Someone may have to have a sex change operation, to qualify. David?
Councillor Schulis just quiet on that one, not touching it. Anyways, you can see it is going to be a significant amount of new work once we finally do have a police services board. And I'm going to assume, Sue, this only refers to the police services board. The language of the letter is pretty vague because it says requirement for each municipality that maintains a municipal board. A municipal board, not a police services board.
Yep.
Library board? I mean, we'll have to wait and see how this is rolled out. Okay, so we're accepting that as information for now and being mindful of the work that's ahead. Our second item is from the Ministry of the Solicitor General, dated October 15th, 2020, regarding court security and prisoner transportation program review. Any comments from council on this? I guess we will just accept this as information. All right. Next is the IAGCO online services for AGCO issued charitable lottery licenses. Any comments from council on this one?
No.
Nothing. Okay. Again, we will accept this one as information. Next is the Ministry of Finance, dated October 29th, 2020, regarding our 2021 Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund allocation. Council will be excited to learn that our OMPF is $1,624,200 for 2021, which is up from 2020 by $26,100. So we are very fortunate that we are actually receiving more money through our OMPF in the coming year. Any comments from council on that? Other than more money is good. Okay, we'll accept that as information as well. I'm sure the treasurer already has that information. All right, next item, Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario, November 5th, 2020, regarding provincial budget 2020, Ontario's action plan, protect, support, recover. Any comments on that piece of correspondence? Okay, seeing none, we'll just again file that as information. And finally, Ontario News, dated November 10th, 2020, regarding Ontario's action plan, protect, support, recover, promotes job creation by reducing taxes on employers. Any comments on this piece of correspondence from council? Again, seeing none, I don't know if staff wanted to comment on that. There's some taxation related issues here. Just trying to find the actual 13.6, there we are. I don't know if this is the piece that goes into them. An opportunity to create a subclass for business, a small business class. Is that one? I think that's in this one. Anyways, that will be something I'm sure that we'll be hearing more from the treasurer on. At this point, we've just been notified that we have the opportunity to do this, but I think that has to happen through the tax working group at the County of Renfrew.
That's correct.
Right. Right. So that decision will be made based on all of our treasurers getting together and discussing whether it makes sense for the County of Renfrew. Okay. If there's nothing on this one, then we will file it as well. Under correspondence action items, we have a donation request from George Vanier Catholic School dated October 5th, 2020 regarding fire department to flood outdoor rink. I believe this is something we get every year. Would council like to, do we need a resolution to do this, Sue?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you have one prepared that we could?
Yes.
Okay.
Through the chair, that council approved the donation request received from George Vanier Catholic School for fire department to flood the outdoor rink.
Okay, could I get a mover for that, please? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulist. Any discussion on the recommendation? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Hello?
Okay, I think that's carried. All right. Next item is a memorandum for Drinking Water and Environmental Compliance Division regarding access to the provincial supply of pan-bioantigen COVID-19 screening. If council has read this, I would like to ask if council is interested in this pilot program. I think there are some challenges with it. One being that we would need to have a physician able to provide the tests or a medical professional. So if there's no interest in proceeding with this at this point, I guess we will just file this as information. Next item is from the City of Hamilton, dated September 8th, 2020. It is a resolution amending the AGCO licensing and application process for cannabis retail stores to consider radial separation from other cannabis locations. I guess they are having a problem with many cannabis stores being located in the exact same area, and so they get a cluster of cannabis stores. Since municipalities don't have any say in where cannabis stores are located, it's all through the application process to the AGCO. Would council like to support this resolution and back them on requests that density of cannabis stores be considered as a factor in granting licenses? Okay, is this something we would like to support? Councillor Poplinski, and you're muted. Sorry, you're muted. I'm sorry. It muted you again.
Unmuted.
Okay,
Yes.
you're unmuted now. Would you like to support this?
I would indeed.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Poplinski. Do I have a seconder? Okay, seconded by Councillor Schulist that we support the City of Hamilton's resolution and send them a letter of support. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. I noticed that the next one, which is Corporation of the City of Clarence Rockland, dated October 22nd, 2020, regarding resolution cannabis retail stores and overconcentration. It is basically the exact same concern being expressed. Sue, do we support both of them, or can we just go with the City of Hamilton for now?
Well,
What
if
would
you
suggest?
support both of them, then we'll just advise them both.
Okay, so it is basically the same issue that they're asking the AGCO to address. Could I get a mover to support this resolution? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulist. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. All right, next is a resolution from the City of Belleville dated October 28th, 2020. Regarding resolution on accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, website support, new business. Okay. Is this something that council is interested in supporting? I think they're looking for some funding, if I remember correctly. Just going back. Yes, they're looking for the province of Ontario to consider providing funding, support, and training resources to municipalities to meet the AODA compliance for websites. Sue, would it be helpful to our municipality if we got some funding for this?
Any funding is useful.
Is this something that council could support? Could I get a mover to support the resolution? Moved by Councillor Schulis, seconded by Councillor Poplinski. Any discussion on a letter of support going for this resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, and that's carried. All right, next we have a letter from Howe and Bradley dated October 21st, 2020 regarding the Andrew J. Antha Contracting Limited and Plan of Subdivision 596. So this is a little more complicated than I'd like to deal with in correspondence, and I'm going to ask Sue, did you wish to speak to this, or will Mr. Larbetsky speak to this? I think we need some guidance from staff.
Yes, actually, Mr. Lubetsky will speak to this.
Okay, please, Silas, if you could just clarify for us what we've got here.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Love. If I may, this isn't a situation that has come before council before. This is regarding the release of a holding symbol on a lot that has been sold and can be developed because it does front on a municipal maintained road. It's not like the back street that has not been developed. So it can be recommended that the holding symbol be removed. And furthermore, the explanation in Mr. Howe's letter stated that there is enough security that the municipality is holding on other lots within the subdivision and other holdings that Andrew J. Antha Contracting has, that it won't impede the security of the municipality. So therefore, the recommendation is that council approve the removal of the holding symbol and authorize that a partial release of the security with respect to this lot can be provided. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Silas, so much. Now, does anyone have any questions on this? Because this is new. Councillor Poplinski.
I don't have any questions on it, but I understand it. And the fact that we had dealt with a partial, I think, a couple of years ago. And it was, we were reminded that we still have a hold on quite a few acres that's undeveloped. And that any lot that would be developed, there was an understanding by them, we would then consider about releasing it. So that's all we're doing is giving them back what really belongs to them. And it's more development, more taxation. So I would support this initiative.
Okay, then Councillor Poplinski, would you like to move the recommendation?
I would do so.
Okay, moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulis. Any further discussion on the recommendation? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, Silas, and maybe if you could just hang in there in case we have something on this next one. Next, we have a letter from Howe and Bradley dated November 13th, 2020 regarding proposal to construct driveway along unopened road allowance between Lot 21 and concessions 6 and 7 in the geographic township of Jones for access to a property of Dominic A. Babinski and Rita M. Cebulski, consisting of lots 22 and 23 and part of Lot 24 concession 7. So this is an unopened road allowance. Do you have anything further to add?
Thank you, Mayor Love. Yes, I can just give a summary of the situation. This holding was a bush lot that was maintained by Mr. Babinski. The other part of the Babinski family was sold subsequent to some estate transactions. Therefore, it became landlocked technically. However, access to this property has been and still is, I believe, enjoyed across the Paul Trader or the original homestead property. And it is just the understanding that the place is now up for sale. They would like to utilize an access that does not impede the Paul Trader property, and therefore a request is coming forward to council for trying to develop an access along the municipal road allowance, which has been done in previous conveyances as well. It was at the last meeting where council dealt with the Martin Walsh company that he had a lot that was landlocked, but there is an agreement that is always put into place, which when they're landlocked, if they don't front on municipal roads, you can't get a building permit. If you so did desire, you would have to do a rezoning to a limited service residential from a rural, and furthermore enter into an agreement that would authorize the use of the unopened road allowance. And we have a similar situation, which I can just give as an example. It is the Curtis Road and the Bark Lake waterfront lots. There's a private road agreement from Sunny Hill Road that leads down to Bark Lake, and there have been 15 cottages, residences that have been built there in conjunction with a private road agreement. And that would be the same type of situation if this particular property was sold for anything other than a hunt camp, and somebody wanted to build something in there as a cottage or a recreational home, they would have to rezone. So right now what they're asking is, in principle, whether council would agree to having that road allowance developed, and then whether you would enter into an agreement so that it would be registered on title. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That's a excellent explanation of what's being asked here. I'd just like to note to council that Barb Kraft-Kuyak was waiting in our waiting room to be able to just speak for this particular request and maybe answer any questions that we might have had, but she doesn't seem to be able to get into our meeting now for some reason. I think she may be busy. However, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Larbetsky? Because if there's any questions or concerns, I'd like to hear them. Councillor Poplinski, is your hand up?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions. I think it's a pretty straightforward situation. We've dealt with many times before, and I would be interested in supporting this.
Okay, thank you. Sue, do you have a recommendation prepared, I believe?
Yes, I do. Through the chair, that council accepts in principle the proposal to construct a driveway along the unopened road allowance between lot 21 in concession 6 and 7 in the geographic township of Jones for access to the property consisting of lots 22 and 23, part of lot 24, concession 7, subject to entering into an agreement which is registered on title at the cost of the applicant and in consultation with the operations manager.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation. Could I get a mover then for that recommendation? Moved by Councillor Schulist. Oh, and seconded by Councillor Poplinski. I'm sorry, Councillor Poplinski. I just need you to move. When you put your hand up, I need it a little over a bit. Yeah, I couldn't see it. It's sort of it's over here on me.
I'm now on the floor.
I know. I know. No, I just want to make sure I am seeing your hand. So moved by Councillor Schuler, seconded by Councillor Poplinski, and Barb, I see you have joined us. We have a resolution that we are in the throes of voting on, which is in support of what's been asked. So just to make you aware, I can't see you, but I'm hoping you can hear me. Anyways, is there any discussion on?
Yeah.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay, good. So just I wanted to make you aware of that because I know you've been waiting on this particular part of the meeting today.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, but I understand that you've discussed it already. Is that correct?
Yes, we have, and we don't have any concerns with what's being asked. We're in the process of passing a resolution so staff can move forward with it. Did you hear that? I'm hoping. Maybe not.
There, I'm back. I lost you there.
Okay, so Barb, we've discussed it. We don't, as a council, have any concerns. So we're asking staff to basically move forward with it. So you heard me that time.
Okay, beautiful. I heard you that time. That is wonderful news. And then in terms of the road and the requirements and all that, is that a discussion that they should have with Hillary afterwards then?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's
Okay,
actually
and-
part of our resolution that we're in the throes of voting on.
Okay, perfect. And then what would the next step be? Does it go out to anybody, or is it just done, or how does it move forward?
I'm going to ask staff on that one, Mr. Larbetsky.
Oh, yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Once the resolution gets passed, what happens, Hillary, in conjunction with the property owner or the agent, will look at or assess the viability of creating a road in there. And then Mr. Howe will receive a letter that he can proceed to draft an agreement for such an use of that road allowance, and which would be registered on title once it's established that one can be developed.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you all very much for your
Okay.
time and attention to that.
Okay, no problem. So Sue, maybe just read the resolution again. I know I have a mover and a seconder, but I'd like to have it read.
Yes, I had moved by Councillor Schulis, seconded by Councillor Poplinski, that council accepts in principle the proposal to construct a driveway along the unopened road allowance between lot 21 in concession 6 and 7 in the geographic township of Jones for access to the property consisting of lots 22 and 23, part of lot 24, concession 7, subject to entering into an agreement which is registered on title at the cost of the applicant and in consultation with the operations manager.
Okay, that is the resolution, council. Any further discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor?
May I?
And that's carried. Oh, sorry.
No, thank you. No, I wanted to, before Silas left, item 14.7 or 14.6, the Andrew Yantha, where we did a resolution to approve the partial discharge and the holding symbol. We did not include in that the costs be at the expense of Andrew J. Yantha construction. I'm just wondering, Silas, if you want a friendly amendment to include that in the resolution.
Yes, you can go ahead and include that, but it is usually standard that the applicant is responsible for that. So, but it doesn't hurt to add it in the resolution.
So if I may ask, Councillor Poplinski had moved it, Councillor Schulis had seconded that the council approval of a partial discharge as well as a holding symbol be removed for lot 13 on plan 596. If you're amicable, I would like to include that the costs be at the expense of Andrew J. Yantha Construction.
Are the mover and seconder okay with that?
That's fine.
Yes.
All right. Now, do you
Thank
need us to vote on it again, or are we just?
Yes, just if you're all.
Are we all in favor of that friendly amendment? Okay, we are all in favor of it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. That tidies up that bit of business. Okay, so we have completed our correspondence action items. We will move on to new business. We have Ottawa Valley Cycling and Active Transportation Alliance. Councillor Schulis, you're going to give us a verbal update regarding the town of Petawawa path to a bicycle-friendly community. Take it away, Councillor Schulis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm actually excited. I don't know if council will be excited about this. Anyway, I did attend a Zoom meeting of the Ottawa Valley Cycling and Active Transportation Alliance, and present were throughout the county, mayors, reeves, staff, and so on. And we listened to a presentation by David Unruh, town of Petawawa, where he spoke about the path to a bicycle-friendly community. And that's something I think we should really be looking at. Now, before COVID happened, we were kind of on our way. We had Ish, who actually co-chaired the meeting, and we had formed, I think, an ad hoc committee at that time, and then there was some mention of engaging the community. If they would like to get on that committee within our municipality. And I think there was a couple of names, Suzanne, is that true, that came in?
Yes, I believe there were 2 names. We did put a notice in to be part of the ad hoc committee. 2 names are forwarded to you. I would suggest that you probably should maybe ask the deputy clerk to put one more notice out just to see if there's more interest in that. Then after that point, you could schedule an ad hoc committee meeting.
Yes, and also Isha was talking about maybe making personal contact with some of the people in the community. Part of the presentation, and again, if council ever wants to hear this presentation, this gentleman would come and speak to us and do the same presentation to us if we want. But we should be taking it to our ad hoc committee. And so if he does get more members, then that would be fine. Now, do we need we don't need a terms of reference or anything like that? Can we just come to council at some point and so
If
see
you
what we have actually, yeah.
Sorry
Sue.
to interrupt. So if you recall, the ad hoc committee, when it is formed with a specific purpose, and the specific purpose of this ad hoc committee is to review active transportation.
Okay, sounds good. So just leave that with us, and at some point we are going to come back to council as a committee and see what steps we have taken to go and go forward, I guess I should say. Yes. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you, Councillor Schulist. Certainly, I
Mhm.
appreciate that you're engaged in this, and I am hoping that you will be able to you'll get sufficient interest to form a committee and move it forward.
Yeah, I think
Again,
it's Madam
go ahead.
Mayor, if I could say, is like
Mhm.
I think we have to look at is that it's kind of a twofold where it's a health movement, wellness for our community and keeping us active and so on. Plus, I think the way in the presentation, it had a lot to do with economic development too. So we have to really look at this seriously, sort of thing. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. And we look forward to the committee being formed and you reporting back to council. So if, do you need a motion for the deputy clerk to advertise for more members, Sue?
No, that's just an action item.
Okay. All right. So if we could implement that action item, that would be great. Okay. Is there anything further on this, Councillor Schulist?
No, that's it, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, our next item is a letter from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards dated October 28th, 2020 regarding doctor recruitment. So the Council for Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, understandably have been involved in doctor recruitment in our joint municipal physician recruitment and retention committee for since its inception, so for a considerable amount of time. And at this point, I think they, like many other municipalities, are recognizing that funds are limited, pressures to maintain core services are intense at this point in time, and they're looking at this point to basically remove themselves from the physician recruitment committee. They have provided a contribution for 2020 of $21,000, for which that is certainly a very gracious contribution, but they are looking to exit physician recruitment. Now, physician recruitment is a joint municipal committee, and the terms of reference that structure it are joint, requiring all of our partners to be engaged in physician recruitment. Having a member wish to leave does then the rest of us have had some discussion, and it does basically completely change what we would be. So I will just let council know that we are having discussions about an exit strategy because one member wants to leave, and I think others are also so inclined, as I said, mainly due to the pressures that we are experiencing as municipalities on our tax bases, and the fact that the province is in the throes of reorganizing healthcare and how it's delivered. And as a committee, we anticipate that reorganization into Ontario Health Teams will mean that the Ontario Health Team for our area would take on the role of being responsible for physician recruitment as a component of the healthcare that's provided to the people in our area, and as it being centered on being patient-centered, that would be certainly a significant responsibility that the health team would take on. Anyways, we have received this notice. As a committee, we are discussing how to exit from physician recruitment and what that will look like. And I will get back to council with more information once we've had a chance to look at that in details. I will be providing council with some specific information that relates to identifiable individuals in camera today so that you are up to speed on exactly the activities and actions that physician recruitment is pursuing in order to ensure that we've done everything we can to attract physicians before the point in time when we will be exiting and dissolving the committee. Are there any questions from council that hopefully I can answer publicly, and then I will answer more detailed questions in camera? Councillor Poplinski.
Yeah, yes, Mayor Lev, thank you. I think it's regretful that this is happening. However, I can understand the financial realities here. And I guess the concern is that what sort of implications could there be for our hospital and our new developed seniors home and so on if you know, we lose the ability to recruit? Is that going to put us in jeopardy for those facilities? And that's just moving forward. I think we'll find out, but hopefully that's not the case.
I think the challenge, Councillor Poplinski, is that this is not a municipal responsibility. It is one of those areas where municipalities have entered into it more as an economic development concern, but the reality is it's not part of our primary mandate. And what the committee is seeing is that the changes that are occurring in healthcare strongly suggest that this needs to be part of the mandate of the Ontario Health Team that is set up for our area. The committee is looking to promote that as a handoff of responsibility, basically. We're not saying that physician recruitment isn't still needed. We know there are many people in our community that don't have a family doctor. The need is still urgent, but the reality is we've invested, I would shudder to guess, but probably close to $1 million in physician recruitment as a group of municipalities. So we just are finding that we can't continue to do that, because you know yourself the pressures that are on each and every tax dollar that we collect. So I guess it's one of those situations where we've done the best we can. We've recruited as many physicians as we could. I will speak further to that in camera, where I will update you on some specifics. But at the moment, I'm not free to announce anything, and that would be for the committee chair to do anyways. That's not my place, but I will tell you the specifics in camera where I can. And we do recognize what you're saying, but it's a reality. And I think that's what Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards has come to basically realize and address. Councillor Schulis, did you have a question?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, we've given our best shot, absolutely. I remember when I was mayor, we put a lot of effort into it. You know, as a group, you know, everybody was involved in it. You were on the committee too, when in your term as mayor, and we have to ask ourselves, what was our success? Like, I mean, if you look at it, what was our success after putting all these resources into this year? So, so, you know, I mean, when you stop, you get no results, right? So, but at the same time, you know, I really like to get a report and see, you know, what kind of success did we have when we were actually involved in this?
Okay,
so thank you very much.
Honestly, I can update you more on ongoing items in camera. And the committee is looking, as I said, we're creating an exit strategy to present to our councils, and a component of that will certainly be summing up what the committee has achieved and is in the process of achieving. Again, can't speak to that any further in a public open meeting at this point in time.
Okay.
So I'll do the best I can. I'm doing the best I can now to dance on the head of a pin.
Yeah, okay.
and I'll answer that question very specifically in camera
Yeah.
until the
Okay.
committee actually is able to make announcements.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so basically I'm assuming we're accepting that as information. Okay, our new business item that was added to our agenda is correspondence received from Mr. McLeod regarding an order for removal of chickens on Casey Street. Sue, did you want to speak to this? How will we address this?
Yes, our bylaw enforcement officer might be trying to call back in the interim. I responded to Mr. McLeod on October 27th. There had been an issue ordered to his client for the removal of chickens on Casey Street. I responded to Mr. McLeod on October 27th that the order issued by the bylaw enforcement officer was not withdrawn, but the deadline would be halted until further review and staff recommendation came to council. So due to department heads being away for the last 2 weeks, there was no report for council consideration, and you were only forwarded the letter this morning, in fairness. I called Mr. McLeod this morning to advise the letter was being presented today. In fairness to staff and the applicant, I suggest a letter providing clarification on the citations that Mr. McLeod referenced and by our bylaw enforcement officer for the order of the removal of the chickens be provided to the applicant through Mr. McLeod. In the interim, I suggest that staff do a review for council consideration of the general prohibition of chickens within permitted uses in our zoning bylaw, and clarify if raising of chickens solely for eggs for personal consumption can be deemed an accessory use allowed in a residential zone, and the reference citations from Mr. McLeod. Oh, there's Corin.
Yes. Yes, Corwin, did you want to, we are dealing with the letter in regards to the chicken violation. I'm
Corey,
sorry.
are you having chicken for supper?
No, he's not.
So
All right.
clarification, Corwin, just before you, I'm not sure when you you're able to log on. I just advised council that because we didn't have time to provide a report and we didn't, in fairness, have a look at the citations referenced, that we should probably just send Mr. McLeod clarification on his letter, the questions that he has about the citations that were not referenced, and in the interim, as staff, that we do a report for council with some of the discussions that we have had as it pertains to general prohibition of chickens within the permitted uses, as well as the references of use of the accessory use allowed in a residential zone.
That's right.
Okay. Did you have anything to add to that, Corwin?
No, like I said, we've had a few issues, like I said, in the report from bylaw this morning. All but the one person has complied quite easily. They said they understood. They'd moved them out of the village or within like residential areas. This individual is the only one that said that wants to go against it. And they are right in the village of Barry's Bay. They are within village limits. And that is the biggest concern because some people do have wells in that area.
Okay, okay. So I think we certainly need staff to review what we have in our comprehensive zoning bylaw and any amendments to that may have addressed this issue as well. I was trying to quickly this morning look at the comprehensive zoning bylaw just to get some sense of where this may have sprung from. And apparently chickens are considered livestock. And if we start to look at anything in relation to livestock, you then start to get into questions about minimum distance separation, for example. And I mean, that was just a quick scan I did this morning, but I would really appreciate it if staff would certainly review what we do have in bylaw as it relates to raising chickens. You know, we might as well be fairly comprehensive and ensure we're covering things like chickens, ducks, turkeys, pig, horses. I will identify that I had a neighbor who was trying to maintain a number of horses on a quarter-acre lot. So, you know, we need to be clear about what our rules are and be clear and concise to the public about what is allowed and what isn't. And once you come back to us, I think council can assess then whether we think it's an overly rigorously restrictive rule, or if it's something that we can work with, or do we not want to entertain this at all? Certainly, if you could bring us back some information, that would be very helpful for us to be able to see where we stand in terms of what we do have in our policies and in our bylaws, and then where we can then have the discussion about where council would like to go with this. Is that any member of council want to weigh in on this? Councillor Poplinski?
No, actually, that's good. I think we need to start somewhere, and that's a good place to do it.
Okay. All right. One other thing is if we could just check with the County of Renfrew official plan if it speaks to you know, the accessory use being chickens, you know, basically a small group of animals. We're not talking a chicken farm. So if we could just double check as well with the OP if there's any language that speaks to this, because there may be something in the county OP. Okay, so I guess now, do you need a recommendation to do what you said, Sue, to send back a letter, or is that staff direction?
No, that would just be an action item for staff. Thank you.
Okay, so is council comfortable with the action item? Okay, yeah, I think we are good with that. Thank you both for dealing with the chicken issue. It can be a situation that can be very troublesome to neighbors. Oh, and roosters, don't forget roosters when we're, they're far more troublesome. Okay, so we'll anticipate something coming back to council on that, some information and research.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Fair for the goose, it's fair for the gander.
Well, it has to cover the whole gamut because, you know, we have an increased population now, and people are moving here, and, you know, it's not quite as rural as it used to be. Used to be not a concern, Ernie, when one person on Ohio Road had a pig, but now we're all living a lot closer together.
Well,
So
I can assure you that living on a farm, growing up on a farm, it was a hell of a lot more fun to clean the horses, clean the pigs, before I'd volunteer to clean the goddamn hen house. But I still love my chicken. And Corey, hopefully you're having chicken one of these nights.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll leave that for staff to bring something back to us that we can start to develop. All right. Do we have any unfinished business, Sue? Oh, now you're muted.
Apologies. No, I do not.
Okay. So next we do have an in-camera session. The recommendation is that the meeting enter in-camera session to discuss matters pertaining to the security of the property of the municipality or local board, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Ontario Municipal Act 2001, Chapter 25, Section 239, 2A, B, and F. Number 1 is the regular council meeting minutes in camera of October 20th, 2020. Number 2 is physician recruitment, Mayor Love verbal update regarding physician recruiter and recruitment candidates. Number 3 is Wishart Law Firm update regarding court file number CV-19-00082269-0000. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Schulist. All those in favor?